Well, greetings, everybody. Kennel Genius here, not your average Joe. Duke Scoop with us today, and Jordan Reindl, and our camera's not working. So we're going to get that going here. We're going to move to commercial. Thank you to our sponsors that keep this stream free to watch. This is the qualifier for the state qualifier. Ladies golf here in St. Ansgar in beautiful, historic Acorn Park. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community. Please stay positive and enjoy the game. And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St. Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information. Click the link in this video's description or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
Okay, welcome back to St. Ansgar. We figured out our camera problem. We are watching. The girls have started now, so we're rolling with this thing. Joe's got the list. Duke Scoop on the camera. We might play around a little bit today. There's Candy. She's the one responsible for this amazing. The grounds here are just incredible, especially considering the drought that we've had. So, Joe, who we got here? Who's golfing on this one?
So this is group number 5, I can only assume, right? Marley Kelm, Clarksville, Avery Cruzy, Rockford, and Sophie Rye, Northwood, Kensett are our 3 listed golfers. I see we only have 2 on the hole here to start, so we may have a late scratch, perhaps. So I would guess that would be Sophie in the blue. Northwood, Kensett. We'll get to know. We get through 3 or 4 rounds here, and then you start to identify what everybody's shirt looks like, what the Rockford shirts are versus the Northwood shirts.
And we should have paid attention in the clubhouse as teams were rolling in.
We should have.
What they were wearing.
We're going to do a little bit of audio intervention here, if you want to call it that. So, guys, take the cover off of that. I'm going to have you reduce your input value on these mics. We're catching a little wind here, it seems. So, chat is open if you're at home.
How far down do you want to go?
Knock down 2.
Press the minus button twice.
Which means get your mouth close to your mic. Okay, Joe.
All right, try that. How's that? Is that better, sir?
Go down one more time for you, Jordan.
Test. One more.
Okay. I'll do the same, especially with that gust.
There we go. Hopefully that solves the issue.
We are on hole 5 here at Acorn Park in St. Ansgar. So we'll be able to hit this spot works really well. We did it the other night for the boys as well. You can hit the green here in hole 5. We have the green on hole 9 just to our right. So we'll try to bring you some action there when we get a lull here at 5. We can also zoom in around the course and we can see the tee box at 1. We can see the green at 4. We can see the green on 1 if we want to. So we'll try to get you as much action as we can. We're going to try to stay stationary so we can show you the golfer you want to see at least twice here throughout the day. No live scoreboard at these golf events at this level yet. It sounds like maybe that's coming in the future, but we just sort of have to go by feel here of what's it look like, who's playing well, who's not. We're going to try to grab some coaches. We have one of the St. Ansgar coaches that's going to join us a couple times throughout the day as well. So they usually have some insights about what they're hearing about scores.
I did have some visiting coaches stop up and say they'd like to bop on for a little bit. They saw it the other day when the boys were here and thought that was pretty cool. And
you're doing good. Doing real good.
We do
enjoy that thing,
we
man.
do enjoy having those guys on here. They have way more insight into the game than we do.
Correct.
Oh, man.
And they know the kids, so they can give us some, we learned the other day one of the dads of one of the kids playing was one of these long drive professional contest guys. I mean, you just learn cool stuff like that when coaches are around.
12-inch tee or something like that. Was that Coach P was telling us about
Coach
that?
P was telling us about, I think it's a Johnson maybe from Britt that participates in long drive contests. So kind of cool to get those pieces of information. Talking to coaches.
So we have a little bit of a void here on hole number 5. That's kind of where we're parked. You guys talked about we're hanging out hole number 5. So Duke is running the camera. He's looking at the approach to hole number 4 where there seems to be a little bit of activity. Oh, you're on 1 right now. Duke's looking at 1, the green of hole 1. tempted to take a moment and hook up other cameras for fun.
Hole or pin location, I guess, change here on hole 5. If you joined us for the boys broadcast, the pin is probably, I don't know, 25 feet closer to the tee box, so they moved it north. Not sure it's going to be any easier today, but this green was very challenging on Wednesday when we were here. We'll see how it plays today.
Like usual, going into the wind.
Yeah.
The wind's coming right back into their face here. Pretty stiff wind today. What are we at? Have you checked?
23 mile an hour from the southwest, 65 degrees. One of those days, I think it's going to warm up here for an hour or two, and then it's going to start getting colder. Is the prediction. Pretty significant chance of rain showers by 3 p.m. So I'm sure that there's a mission to get this thing done before 3 p.m.
And that's kind of right where we were at with the boys, right around that 3 o'clock mark. And got everybody out of here by 3:45. So,
Yep.
And I don't think there's as many golfers here today. So that 2:30 mark is kind of where I'm thinking we're going to end at.
Yep.
Beat the rain.
Yeah, beat the rain. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, as we had a little break here, let's talk about the favorites today coming into today. Reagan Ham of Lake Mills, Sammy Krukenberg, Newman, Zoe Thompson, North Butler, Macy Myers, St. Ansgar would be your 4 top golfers score-wise coming into today. A lot of really good quality golfers here at the top. In this one, from a team perspective, again, if you're just looking at stats, the team to beat here today is probably Newman Catholic. Lake Mills, the favorite for second, and then North Butler and St. Ansgar in contention there as well. Going to have good days. We saw it with the boys at the sectional event here on Wednesday. Some scorers, traditional scorers maybe, that didn't play well here on Wednesday, and we had some surprises.
The camera's going to go black here for just a second while we replace a cable. So bear with us here. Should take just a moment.
So you never know. You get to, especially playoff time, right? Is who's going to step up, who's going to falter at the worst time.
And Acorn Park plays a little differently. It's not a super long course, but it does present some hazards with the tight fairways at times, especially on 7. That can really screw up a scorecard pretty quick.
Yeah, we had, again, we'll keep going back to Wednesday, but one of the boys shot an 82 on Wednesday with a 10 on the card there. So
that's a heck of a round, though, if you take that 10
a heck
off.
of a round.
That's pretty impressive.
St. Ansgar's Chase Haugen was the medalist there. St. Ansgar won the boys sectional. The girls call this a first-round regional or regional first round. They had top 2 teams for sure advance to the regional final next week. If St. Ansgar's one of those top 2 teams, so because it's their home course, then they will take 3 teams to the regional final that is next week. The top 6 golfers, regardless of team, so that's different than the boys if you tuned in Wednesday, the top 6 golfers advance no matter what, including ties. So if there's 6 kids tied for 6th, all 6 advance. They don't break that tie. So that's what they're playing for here today. With the little smaller group starting on hole 5 here. A little break in the action. They're all headed for us now. We can see them. We're about to, looks like they're hitting approach shots here on hole 9. To our left. Right, excuse me, your left. Hole 9 would be Bree Tabbert for St. Ansgar, Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic, and Dana Jacobs of Rockford. While we have a little lull here, let's talk about last night's state qualifying track meet in Northwood. What a great night it was all around for all the athletes. The St. Ansgar girls win it as a team, advance 7 events for sure. We're still waiting for official word. We said it couldn't possibly take till morning last night to get all that in. And then we learned a couple of sites had electronic timing issues, right? Is my understanding. And there was some manual entry being done and some verification. So we still, as of a few minutes ago, we still do not know who made it in on time out of that track meet last night.
And I can only imagine the stress level at those sites with the camera not working or whatever it was. But that is definitely the worst case scenario and a nightmare for an athletic director.
Yep. So that's your AD worst nightmare, right?
Yes, it is. And I would say Northwood Kenseth's ADs, Trevor Hunt and Monty DeArmond, did a really good job last night running that meet. And Northwood always runs a really, really good track meet. And I know they had some camera issues earlier in the week and the week before. And they got that all worked out, and it was a great track meet. Perfect, I wouldn't say perfect weather, but the kids competed really well, and it didn't seem to bother our athletes at all. They went out there and competed and ran some really good times.
Yeah, I saw this morning on the news, peak gusts 55 miles an hour just south of Northwood, so that doesn't surprise me. As we were trying to set up, we had a camera tripod, right? 3 legs, low to the ground, all the way squished up with a little tiny camera on top, and somehow the wind blew it over. I'm still not sure the physics of how that happened, but it takes a pretty significant gust to do that. So congratulations to everybody who advanced and really to everybody who competed. It was, like you said, that wind, especially early, made it a very tough night, and didn't hear a single complaint. Everybody put your head down and go compete. Everybody's running in the same wind, and they did just that. Fun to see.
And the girls bringing home a district title, and the boys competing for one and got edged out by Wes Hancock. And it came down to that last race, the 4x4, which is historically, that's the race, and everybody kind of loads that historically. And it was fun to watch our boys and girls compete last night.
Yeah. Looks like we have our second group at the number 5 tee box getting ready to tee off. The 9 group here is coming up on hole 9 as well. We'll try to bring you updates from both holes here.
At least today, the golfers are going to know that the breeze is there.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, they kind of got fooled by it looking at the flag, but today the wind's even stronger, and the girls are going to know that there's a pretty stiff headwind today.
Group 4, this should be Tess Weiner, Newman Catholic, Judy Gallardo, Lake Mills, and Hannah Nichols of North Butler. If I'm going in the right direction with my math here. Am I right on that from Wednesday, right? We should be. They started on 4, now they're on 5. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmations. A little self-doubt creeping in.
And that one's heading right for us.
Found one of the familiar Acorn Park trees. Both ladies off the tee box find a tree on hole 5 to start. There's about a 8-yard window where you won't find a tree here on this hole, especially if you're playing up. I think we'll see golfers keeping the ball low today, especially here. That shot's right off the club face, but going to end up in a pretty decent spot there. Bree Tabbert chips from the fringe here on 9 as the camera pans over that way. St. Ansgar's Tabbert on 9, as well as Eve Shannon from Newman Catholic and Dana Jacobs of Rockford. I was missing the third golfer. I couldn't. She was camouflaged back there, and there she is.
These ladies are approaching. I'll make a little disclaimer here. With Duke Scoop here with us, it gives us a chance to try some different things with camera. And I think that it went really well the other day with the boys. And the only thing that I'd like to improve is with one camera, the simplicity was amazing. It was fantastic. However, you did kind of get that dizzying effect when we're turning the camera. So we're going to take a look at trying some things here with multiple cameras. Duke is, of course, running his normal Duke-ish style. He does a great job with zooming in and catching the action close, which I know everyone appreciates. I'm going to put on a PTZ camera. We'll talk a little bit more later about what that means right now, so that we may have a steadier shot while we're moving the camera. Duke, of course, is really good anyway, so we're going to take care of that right now. I'm going to put this down. I don't want it. Oh, okay. You cool with that?
Yeah.
Nice short shot there. If the whole location where it was on Wednesday, she'd be in really, really good position. They have moved that pin further north today.
This is a pretty long green.
Yeah.
I would say the pin's just at about halfway, but it's sitting right on a ridge, right on the top of that hill, and it flattens out up above. So if you get above the hole today, you're going to have a pretty steep downhill putt that if you run it past, you're going to be in trouble. But if Wednesday taught us anything, with wind in your face, we're probably going to see a lot come up a little short today.
Yep. All right. I believe this is Gallardo of Lake Mills addressing her putt here. North Butler in the white sweatshirt. Tess Weiner of Newman Catholic in the all black. Gallardo from the fringe. We saw this Friday, or Wednesday, you get past the hole here and the ball falls towards the river, almost always on this course, and usually they're faster than they expect them to be. North Butler's Nichols here with her first putt of the day on hole 5.
It's a really good putt from back there.
Yeah.
I believe that was her par putt, if I'm counting right.
I think you're correct. Nice putt there. She'll have an opportunity for bogey, which was a better than average score here Wednesday on this hole.
I believe when we went through afterwards, there was 3 pars in regulation, and then Chase Haugen with a par in the playoff hole to secure that medalist spot. But 4 total pars on this hole on Wednesday out of 130-some tries.
That's pretty crazy.
And I'll add into that the most confident par of the day, right? Like everybody was like,
it's hole 5, here we go.
Yeah. But he just went after it. He just attacked that thing.
Yeah.
And talking with Coach Shannon Bells, he was like, just like his pep talk was, look, you've hit this hole 500 times this year. Like, you know what it is. Don't overthink it. Just go get it. And remember when they went to that playoff, like he was ready to tee off. Like he was just like nobody was there yet, and it looked like he was teeing off, and we're racing to get the cameras there.
Yeah.
He was all business on hole 5 that day. I mean, he, like you said, waiting on the tee box, he got to his approach shot, chipped it, got up, looked at his putt, and he wasted no time.
Nichols from North Butler. I believe this would be a bogey attempt. This whole location won't be any more forgiving than what we saw Wednesday from the looks of things to start here.
No, sitting right on that ridge. And like you said, it from up there, it probably doesn't look like it breaks to the river.
Yep.
But if you're a local, you know that that's where it's going to break, whether it looks like it or not.
Weiner finishes out. Gallardo up next. There are no gimmies here on hole 5 at Acorn Park. We're going on, 12 days, 13 days without rain. It's been 80s. The greens are very well kept, but are very fast. and you add in the wind, and some of these holes will play very difficult today. So the group of Weiner, Gallardo, and Nichols heads to tee box on 6.
Junk drawer needed? Wire?
I suppose you only have one input on the old camera coming in, don't you?
I have, you know what, I have a space here. We could do it here.
Okay.
I believe I have another converter. We can go here. I gotta remember how to do this. I gotta get to my NDI. I got you.
A little break in the action here on 5 and 9 both. There are, by my count, 4 or 5 less groups than we had Wednesday, so there'll be a little more downtime in between. We'll have some coaches joining us to fill us in on their teams and how things look, tell us a little bit about their girls, so we're looking forward to that as we go throughout the day. Getting a live look at the green on hole number 4 right now. Best guess is that's Capri Clark of Clarksville, Bernie Losi of Riceville, and Hallie Hansen, Northwood Kensett. They're on the green on hole number 4. And that'll be the group that's coming here next. You'd like to think that some of the tree situation here at Acorn Park would help you on a day like today with all the wind, but I still think they're more of a menace than they are a help. Protects you from a little bit of wind, but ultimately we're going to see the ball blown around a bunch today. Like I said, winds 25 miles an hour already and projected to get a little worse before it gets better. All right, here we are, hole number 9. This would be the girls that started on 8, but there was 2 groups that started on 8, so let's see if we can't do a little deducing of who's who. That's not Lila Knowlton, right? So it's a group of 3, so it's got to be...
I believe it's 8A.
I think you're correct. Abby Beatty, Lake Mills, Savannah Hummel, North Butler. Maisie Marquis.
Help us out, chat.
You bet. Newman Catholic. Well, we'll go with Maisie with a Z for now. So the Newman Catholic golfers have Newman Catholic branded bags generally, so they can pick them out. I see one over there on the cart. I think they're gray. Say Newman on the side. And so far, I think the Lake Mills golfers all have pink shorts / skirt on.
This is Beatty.
Takes us a few holes to kind of identify between the golf bags and the shirts and the shorts. We can kind of identify who's who. A little cool here this morning, so a lot of sweatshirts on, which is not helping us.
No, because those don't always match what the other girls are wearing. I would say we definitely have more patrons here following these groups around today.
Sure. Yeah, the gallery is strong here today. Spectators, some pretty strict rules with spectators. You can offer words of encouragement. Good job, way to go, all of those kind of things. You cannot in any way provide any instruction or anything to be considered coaching, or the golfer is disqualified from the event. So the penalties are severe, so you won't find anybody talking to the players outside of the coaching staff. There's some rules about when they can and can't, and maybe we'll get one of the coaches to talk about that. I'm not exactly even sure what those rules are, but I know when they're on the green, they're not allowed to talk to their coach, right?
And they have to designate. So today they have to designate their 2 coaches. So only 2 coaches can be out here actually coaching the golfers up. Everybody else has to keep a fair distance, 20 to 30 feet. They don't want them getting too close and giving any advice.
Yep. There's even rules I read in the packet about handing off food or drink to your as a non-coach. So mom can bring you a Gatorade, but she better not talk to you when she drops that Gatorade
Right,
off.
and tell you good luck.
Right.
You're doing fine.
And I suppose it makes sense. It's just easier to just don't talk, and then we don't have to worry about any violations if there's no words spoken.
Right.
All right, this group that we just saw finish up on 4 here a minute ago is headed to the 5 tee box. Looks like they're getting ready to go. That's Capri Clark of Clarksville, Bernie Losi, Riceville, and Hallie Hansen, Northwood, Kensett.
And the coaches serve as the committee, the rules committee for the day. We don't have an official here, an umpire or anything like that. So the coaches, there's 3 or 4 of them that have agreed to kind of handle any rule speculations, anything that might be happening on the course. And usually those coaches don't have to do anything. Golf is a pretty honest sport. People are going to be honest. And when you're a group of 3 or 4, each girl's looking out for each other.
We had an interesting one where a drive ended up on a green on Friday, and we did have to get the rules committee involved with what do we do with that? We don't want anybody chipping off the center of a green. So that was
it happened twice on the same hole from the same golfer. It was kind of a crazy sequence.
Yeah, towards the end of the stream on Wednesday, if you want to go find that, you'll find the spot. It's only that can only happen in golf, right? Where that sequence happens of, well, we hit it on the green, we'll move it off, we'll hit it towards our green and square up a tree exactly perfectly, and it bounces right back onto the same green.
Almost right back where you hit it the first time.
We are looking at the approach on 9 right now. We got a couple about ready to tee off here on hole number 5. Is there 2 there? Is there 2 in this group?
There are 3. There's just one hiding there.
One hiding, okay.
There are 3.
So I'll connect to Travis here. So we have 2 cameras now. We've got Travis's camera, and then we've got another one here. The colors are a little different. So we're not on your camera right now.
We are on the tee box here on 5 with Capri Clark, Clarksville.
We got a new set of rules now. No leaning against the cart we're on when we're on the camera that's on the cart.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you're going to see it shake while I get out of this thing.
Riceville's Bernie Losi and Hallie Hansen, Northwood Kensett.
I see you guys ducking. Oh, you're ducking the camera.
I don't want to be on the camera. We want to be on this side of the camera.
Hear the familiar sound of a ball hitting a tree, and it lands somewhere in this area.
I see a maroon shirt here, so I would guess this is Capri Clark of Clarksville. Well struck. Can she avoid the trees?
I believe she hit pretty square, and it bounced straight backwards.
Yeah, I saw leaves come down. I didn't see the ball come, but it looked like it was definitely kicking back towards the tee box.
Towards the tee box, but still in the fairway, so she's going to have a pretty good shot for her second one.
Here's another look from Duke's camera at the approach to hole number 9.
Hole 9 would be Group 8B right now. Lila Knowlton, St. Ansgar, Casey Trask of Rockford, and Schumann of Riceville.
That's just really good camera work following the ball. Like
Travis
that's not
is good,
an easy
man.
task.
He's a star. The guy is a star. we'll get Duke on this to match the colors up. I think actually the cart cam here might be truer, but it does look like it's a brilliant green out there in this camera. So I know these color things kind of bother Duke a little bit. So let's go take a look here. I'm gonna go get a couple shots happening at the same time. So this is
back on hole 5. Is that where you're going?
Nope,
here,
this
sir?
is 9. Then we're gonna go
9?
5
Okay.
now. So it's a pretty decent little hit. Let's go to 5. Shot from behind the tree. We missed that one, but she was behind the tree, so.
Yeah, we weren't going to see much anyway. Losi, though, does a nice job of getting out of there, just short of the green. Good second shot. Clark hits a nice shot as well. She is just on the green, I believe. And Northwood Kensett, Hallie Hansen, hitting from the right side of the green here. Has the chipper in hand. Little wedge action. Let's see how that looks. Bump and run. Can it hit that slope? Can it hang on? It sure does. I'm going to have to stay on this side so I can tell which camera you're on so I know what I should be talking about.
Yeah, and maybe I can just be communicating that. So we are on hole 5. We're going to prioritize hole 5.
Okay. Chip there
Travis
from
is
Losi.
over on 9 right now. Kind of.
Nice up from there for her. Clarksville's Clark hitting the red ball. My personal favorite color golf ball. Good choice, that matte red. Although in the fall you got to put them away once the maple leaves start falling. Yeah.
That's why you just got to hit it in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, well, that's why I have to put them away, Jordan, because I'm not going to do that. I
Easier said than
refuse to
done.
use the fairway. It's too easy.
That's right. You pay a lot to come golf. Why try to limit your shots?
That's right. That's right. Maximize here.
That's right. Get your money's worth.
Losi's going to address the putt here on hole 5.
That's tough green.
She has the look of frustration of, whoa, that didn't do what it was supposed to do. And we saw that a bunch on Wednesday. This green is challenging. Hole location moved today, but doesn't appear to be any friendlier.
I would say it's almost harder where it's at right now.
Yep.
And then notice the flag is in. That's kind of personal preference on how they like to putt. For us, it definitely helps with where the hole's at. We can
Correct.
see it.
Now we're going to need a Saints TV elevated platform for out here in the future. We'll work on that.
Maybe
Clark's
throw a
putts
deer
long.
stand up in a couple of these trees.
There you go. And Northwood Kensett's Hansen here to try to finish out. Tricky putt. Has just the tap in, just missed. Right look like. Clarksville's Clark. Unable to make it go. That's challenging conditions. Wind at your back there, too. I know the wind may not affect the ball, but it sure affects you as a golfer standing there getting blown around. It's brisk up there on top of that green. You can see. Usually this flag, we talked about on Wednesday, usually that flag is just, even if it's windy, that flag's not moving. And it's moving today to show you how much wind there is, even down here amongst the trees. Do you want to go back to 9? Here we are. All right. We are back on 9. This is Lila Knowlton, Casey Trask, and Schumann of Riceville finishing out here. Lila has a short putt left. Buries it. And already telling the differences between the boys and the girls. The girls are a little more conversational. The boys are pretty quiet. Not a lot of talking going on. Girls are having a little more fun with it.
What do you guys want to do?
Well, it looks like Group 2 here approaching the green on 4. Thompson of North Butler, Amelia Thompson. There are a couple of Thompson girls. Audrey Jasperson of Newman Catholic, Levine of Lake Mills, and Urbach from St. Ansgar are approaching hole 4 here. Or green on hole 4. We can watch them finish 4, and then we'll watch them tee off here on 5. How's that sound? I think they're your next group headed that direction.
Right before the camera got there, Sophie Urbach's approach shot went right of the green. There is a bunker that stretches that almost that length of that green. We can't tell from where we're at whether it went in or not, but that's a tough shot coming back if that's in the trap.
Why is this? Watch the.
How's it doing that again?
I'm not touching it.
I'll just set it.
From where she's standing, it looks like it missed. It's on the north side of the trap, which is lucky for her.
For sure. She went from a nearly impossible shot out of the trap to a pretty good shot there. Hole high.
Hole high, uphill. She can kind of bump and run this up there.
See how she plays it. Comes up. Urbach comes off the club face a little right. Going to end up above the hole.
Maybe a little off the toe, and
yeah,
but stayed on the green, it looks like.
So Urbach in the gray top. She was in the bunker. I see her raking, or she had to stand in it anyway if the ball wasn't in it. So that's the second pink shirt we've seen. We'll have to figure out who it is in the pink shirt. Don't know of any team colors that are pink.
I could be wrong, but I believe North Butler in the past has worn a green or a pink top.
Pink shirt. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. And that would make sense. There's a North Butler golfer on that hole, as well as a Newman Catholic. And Newman Catholic usually it's all black, and we have that as well. Here we go to hole number 9. Get you a live look here. Lovren, Clarksville, Caitlin Berg, St. Ansgar, and Havronik, Rockford, scheduled to be on this hole. Do we have 3 golfers or just 2?
I'm only seeing 2 up here, but with all these trees around, we've lost them behind them before.
There's a potential for another to be hiding.
Looks like Berg's trying to throw us off with the black sweatshirt.
She is.
But the red pants, skirt are pretty noticeable for the St. Ansgar golfer, so that's going to help us out.
If you're looking for a Saints golfer, look for the red short slash, I think they're, I don't know, is that a skirt? Is it a, I'm not a ladies fashion expert. We're going to find out,
I'm not a fashion
though.
expert in general, so. We've got a lot of hours to fill here.
We do. Berg here. The putt. Coming up. Clarksville golfers, hole high.
Good roll by Berg.
It's a good putt from there. Has work to do, though. And now a tricky putt with that ball again falling towards the river, which is to our right here from our camera perspective. Really nice putt from the Clarksville golfer there. Leaves it just short. She'll have a tap in here.
That's awesome. Did you find the stream down, or do you need it? Oh, you got stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think you need it, but.
You even need it? Oh, you got to plug it in program, don't you?
Caitlin Berg.
This is like acting as a stream deck.
It is?
As long as I'm on the same network, it'll connect.
Not happy with that putt there. We talked about how treacherous that putt might be. Unfortunately for Caitlin, it proved to be.
I can switch cameras now from here.
From your phone? Yeah. Look at this technique. You know, every time we bring Duke, he comes up with some new thing. Now he can switch between cameras with an app on his phone. What a crazy world we live in. Going to hole 4.
Sophie Urbach with a pretty good putt there.
Back to 4, where we have Sophie Urbach for the Saints, Jasperson for Newman Catholic, Thompson, Amelia Thompson, North Butler, and Levine from Lake Mills. Lake Mills with the pink shorts. Newman Catholic in the all black. Putts are falling on 4 today. I believe this is Jasperson for Newman Catholic. The North Butler golfer here on this hole is Amelia Thompson. Urbach. Nicely done by Sophie.
You don't know the trigger, do you?
That same group will be making their way over the tee box
So that
of
group
5 now.
headed to 5. Yeah. Yeah, the wind continues to pick up here at Acorn Park, just outside of St. Ansgar. 27 miles an hour is what the latest report on my watch says, and I think it's all of that. In fact, if I bring up, the local weather station says 26, 27 miles an hour, gusts 32. .66 degrees, so it's none too warm either. The boys complained about being too hot on Wednesday, so maybe this is better in terms of temperature anyway.
I think the girls would probably prefer the hotter weather over this cold and windy weather.
I think I agree.
In fairness, it was hot on Wednesday.
It was.
So what we're looking at here, right here, guys. You know what? I'm going to assume we're looking at. Yeah. We got a. That is the issue with multiple cameras and no in-ears, right? We're not sure which camera we're on, but Travis does have the ability to control which camera we're on from his phone. So we might have to spend more time looking at this computer today.
Yeah. That would be the group coming up on 4 is what we're looking at right there, I believe. And our group has reached the number 5 tee box, the group we were just watching on 4 of Amelia Thompson, Audrey Jasperson, Claire Levine, and Sophie Urbach. On the tee box on 5. Big group, big gallery following. We believe that's Group 1A over there coming up 4. Reagan Ham, Sammy Krukenberg, and Zoe Thompson are in 1A. 1B's Macy Meyer, Hannah Wagsness, Boer, and Barry. So if it's a group of 3, it is Group 1A. Group of 4 is 1B. There you go. That's how we'll
a couple
distinguish.
staple names in that group with Krukenberg and Ham.
Yep.
For their communities.
For sure. That's Urbach on the tee on 5.
Yeah, that one sounded like it hit a tree. Did you see where it went?
I did not. I heard the tree
I feel like it hit
thud.
the first tree, and she's not going to be happy with it. I hope I'm wrong.
Amelia Thompson puts her ball down. Her first shot here on 5. Apologize if you can hear my paper rustling. I'm trying to get it under control, but the wind is not our friend today. You're probably getting a little wind noise. We're trying to adjust mics. Let us know how it is in the chat if you don't mind. Really nice shot there. Kept it low, but guess what? Tree jail strikes again.
Well, and that wind is going back into their face, but it's also coming across the fairway, and we've seen a ton of balls hit those 3 trees right on the edge of the fairway because that's the way the wind's blowing.
Lake Mills, Claire Levine, we believe here. About to hit her first shot on 5.
Incoming shot behind us here toward hole 9.
It's a Newman Catholic golfer there behind us. All right, North Butler ready to take their tee shot here. Excuse me, Lake Mills. Levine here. She starts it off to the right. Can it maintain? It does. Might be the best shot we've seen off the tee box here at 5 to start the day. Just short of the green, perhaps even on it. Hard to tell from this angle. Sparrow, you're a foot taller than me. Can you see it?
I don't feel like it's on the green, but with the ladies approaching, I'm going to move this camera and see if we can capture a shot of it. Travis is over on hole 9 right now. I move this. If you see the other camera coming into action, that's where we're going. I'm sorry, hole 4. Yeah, I'm not going to move the camera yet, though. I think Sophie is going to be hitting toward us. So, guys, head on a swivel.
Nice roll there. You see on the screen. Not sure who that was. Good putt.
It's hole 4, so whoever we see on 5 next, right?
Yeah.
Sophie Rubach punches out. Hole number 5 from behind the tree. You are viewing
hole 4.
Number 4.
This is Sammy Krukenberg here, Newman Catholic.
A downhill putt that's going to move to her left.
Just leaves it left. Pink shirts mean North Butler, we believe, so that would be Zoe Thompson. That math checks out. If that's Sammy, then that's got to be Zoe Thompson. This is your Group 1A, so these would be your, by score anyway, your 3 best golfers. Really nice putt from Thompson. Her adjusted round average under 44 for Miss Thompson. Zoe Thompson. There's 2 Thompson golfers, both from North Butler. And Lake Mills here with Reagan Ham. Sinks her short putt. Leaving Krukenberg here to finish out on hole 4. She does just that. See if we can get Travis to switch us back over here to hole number 5. We'll get the approach shots here on 5. There we are. You're live, cameraman, on 5. So we're back here at 5 with Amelia Thompson, Audrey Jasperson, Claire Levine, and Sophie Urbach. This is Jasperson with the wedge. A little bump and run. Really, really good effort.
That tucked up in there really nice.
Great shot from Jasperson. I'm going to take Reindel's chair again. This North Butler golfer here. Amelia Thompson. If you know in the chat if those Thompsons are sisters or cousins, so let us know. We like to be able to point that stuff out when we can.
I know Mr. Thompson's the golf coach at North Butler. He's had, I think, one other daughter come through the program. I know she's a state qualifier. I believe a place winner.
Gotcha.
I don't know 100%, but they produce a lot of good golfers in North Butler, and he's been around doing that for a while.
Love it. We have a Lake Mills spectator here. He'll probably help us. The Lake Mills golfers are wearing the pink bottoms. Is that correct? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We're just trying to make sure we get everybody's name right. So this is Claire Levine, then, of Lake Mills. Leads her chip just short, but a good effort from there. Sophie Urbach on the green here with the putter for the Saints. Sophie's putt. Great shot from Sophie there. Leaves herself a short putt to finish out. She's going to do the smart thing, go ahead and mark it. Not the Joe thing of just go tap it and miss it again. These kids are always smarter than me. That doesn't surprise me. North Butler's Amelia Thompson. Leaves that putt just short. Back here on hole 9. This is an approach shot on hole 9. ends up just shy of that bunker. Back to green number 5. Claire Levine. Sinks the putt. Well done. Back to 9. Approach shot from Northwood Kensett. We return to the green here at 5. Jasperson for the Knights. Finishes up with a short putt. Amelia Thompson of North Butler here addresses her putt. On hole 5. Well done. You can see some of the debris that's already found its way onto the green from this 30-mile-an-hour southwest wind. Urbach to finish up. Look at that camera work. Good shot, Sophie. And that group will head to hole 6. This is a live look at 4. So this is Group 1B, including the Saints' Macy Meyer, headed up hole number 4. All right, pan over to 9. Travis has panned over here, hole 9.
This would be that first group we caught on 5. They're on 9 now, so it's Sophie Urbach, or Sophie Rye, and who's our other golfer?
We believe that's Avery Cruzy of Rockford. Or it could be the Clarksville golfer. There's supposed to be 3 golfers in this group. So our apologies. If you know who it is, help us out. Let us know in the chat. Live look at Macy Meyer. It's quite an entourage here today. Coach Meyer. Alongside Macy Meyer's approach shot on hole number 4 here at Acorn Park. The sun has gone under the clouds here. Temp dropped again. Bump and run here. Can she run that up there just short of the green? Gives herself a short chip from there. Northwood Kensett golfer in that group with Macy would be Kennedy Berry. That's her second shot, third shot. Clarksville's Wagsness. They're playing cart golf. All 3 of those balls are within about 8 yards of each other. All right, back here to 5. We'll go.
He's approaching on 5. That last shot, Joe will have you identify who it was here in just a moment. But that last shot was maybe the best one, and it's just to the right of the green. It's a little bit out of sight for us, but came off the club beautifully and drops closer than we've seen yet today.
So this would be the lead group here coming up on 5, the group 1A. Again, so by score, right, they're seeded coming into today. So these would be your 3 best golfers in terms of how the regular season went. Reagan Ham of Lake Mills, Sammy Krukenberg of Newman Catholic, and Zoe Thompson of North Butler. It appears each of them have a coach alongside as well. So we are here on hole 5 with the lead group, Group 1A. Let's see if we can tell who's going to take the first shot here. Looks like it's going to be Krukenberg, Newman Catholic. Krukenberg. Really nice up from there. Gonna leave herself a short putt. You're watching action on hole 4 right there. That's the green on 4, Group 1B. Northwood Kensit's Barry here with her shot on 4. Little chip on 4. Rolls it up into the center of the green. Has work to do from there. Clarksville's Wangsness does the same. Leaves it just short. Back here on 5. Where we have Ham for Lake
Couple
Mills.
nice chips here in 5.
With the wedge from the right side of the green. Going to clear a little of that debris that has found its way on, pushed onto the green by the wind. They were spotless, I can tell you, when this round started, but
That'll be a regular occurrence today with this wind.
no doubt about it. Ham of Lake Mills. Shot up. Rolls just past the hole. Nice shot from her. This is Macy Meyer with the putter on 4. It's a tough putt up that big hill. She leaves it short. Clarksville's Wangsness with her putt attempt from about the same spot, but a little closer in. Nice up there. Leaves herself a 4-footer to finish out. Northwood Kensit's Barry now with her putt on 4. Correction, we're going to move over to 5. This is Krukenberg from Newman Catholic. This green has been tough all week. Continues for Krukenberg. That one finds the river again, off to the left. Macy Meyer on 4. Macy Meyer's going to ask him to pull the pin. They do that. Macy's putt is just right. We'll have a makeable putt coming back the other way. We'll get a good look at it. Back on 5 here. This is Ham for Lake Mills. Misses just left. Again, challenging conditions here on hole 5 on that green. It was punishing on Wednesday, and it appears to be doing the same today. Back on hole 4. Now back to 5. Zoe Thompson, North Butler, leaves her putt just short. This is Group 1A here on hole 5. Back to 4. Northwood Kensit's Barry. So the 1A group finishes up here on 5. They'll head to the tee box on 6. And we'll get this group that we're watching right now on 4. This is Clarksville's golfer Wangsness. She makes her short putt. We've been calling the blue shirts Northwood Kensit. I believe that's correct. This is Kennedy Barry. Can you verify for me?
Yes, that is
Thank
Kennedy
you.
Barry.
Because there's also a Rockford golfer on this hole, and we have a white sweatshirt. So I'm going to assume Well, I know who Macy Meyer is, and we know that shirt says Clarksville. So if that's definitely north of Kensett, then the white sweatshirt would for sure 100% be Danica DeBoer. Macy Meyer. Tricky, slippery little 4-foot putt here. Nothing but the bottom. Macy appears to not be thrilled with the 3-putt there. So I think we officially have a break in the action. We do have golfers coming up on hole 9 here to our right. Let's see if we can't get camera on them. And then we'll catch group 1B coming off of 5.
I believe this will be Gallardo's group coming up 9. Gallardo from Lake Mills.
The camera appears to be on the number 1 green. Nope, now we're back. Now we're back to 9. Gallardo's group. Gallardo of Lake Mills, Weiner, Newman Catholic, and Nichols, North Butler. He is back on hole number 1. Got North Butler, Newman Catholic, and Lake Mills there on hole 1. Will you show me how to control this? So if I say no, I really want to see hole 5, I can do it?
Actually, you should. You should do that. As a matter of fact, that's perfect. You're the better guy for the job.
So how do I do that, then?
Push the button. Push. Either just push the 2 buttons on the left. See what happens. Override that guy.
Okay, nothing.
Try the other one. There you go.
So hole 5 is this button.
There you go. That's the answer.
Gotcha. All right. I don't have your camera in here. Is that true?
Oh, you only have that one? No, that one's pointing straight up. So my camera's on hole 1 right now.
Gotcha. Okay, so we are on hole 1 right now. That's your camera. Thank you.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It's like, how do we communicate?
Yep. little behind the Saints here on the air. Yeah. And I'll let him switch it too, but if I want to override him, I can. That's good to know.
Don't let him switch it. As long as you can see what you got, right?
Yeah. Yep.
If you know which one's me and which one's him, you can.
I do.
Well, you don't even need to look at the screen to know. Which one you need.
Beautiful. And then I get to sit here on this nice luxurious cart, switch cameras, and talk. How's that sound? It is cooling off rapidly. The sun went behind the clouds. The wind picked up. It is what we call chilly. Let's go. Hole number 5. Well, the issue is I don't have a camera pointed at hole number 5. So now I have control, but I don't have that camera pointed in the right direction. Oh. At the tee box on hole 5, the group that includes Hanno Angsness, Macy Meyer, Danica DeBoer, and Kennedy Berry. All right. They're going to move that camera for us, get us here to hole 5. This is hole 9. The green at hole 9 is what you're seeing now. I'll let Eric get set up, and then I'm going to bring you right back here to hole number 5. Here we go, hole 5. Danica DeBoer of Rockford, we believe in the white sweatshirt there. Up next, on hole number 5, on the tee box, Wangsness from Clarksville. Nice shot there. She's going to put herself in a good spot for shot number 2. Macy Meyer heads to the tee box for the Saints. Starts that shot smartly down the right side. Gonna roll up there just short of the green. Nice shot from Macy Meyer. Here to start hole 5 for this group. This round is progressing quickly. They started on 1. This group did here. They were the second group to start on 1. Back here, live look at the green on hole number 9. Just Tess Weiner, Gallardo of Lake Mills, and North Butler's Nichols. So this is Gallardo from Lake Mills with a putt. This is one of the group ones. Yep, that's coming up 5 here. Gallardo finishes off hole number 9. Let's go back here to hole 5. The second shot's upcoming for Group 1B. De Boer from Rockford behind the tree there. Chips out nicely, rolls it up onto the green. Great shot from De Boer. Macy Meyer. Kennedy Berry.
That's a beautiful shot.
Hannah Wangsness. Yeah.
Her drive was really short on that one.
Very,
got
very
up in the
well
air
done.
a little bit, but that was a really nice chip. Give her a chance at par on this one.
Macy Meyer. Excuse me, we're going to go Northwood Kensett here. Kennedy Berry. Rolls it up onto the green. Finds that downslope. Rolls off the other side onto the fringe. Macy Meyer below the hole here. A little bump and run. Coach Brian Meyer going to join us here on the mic. Brian, how's the round going?
Am I live here?
You are live.
Okay. Well, it's a battle out there right now.
It's tough, huh?
The wind is tough. It's taken a few holes to kind of figure out where we need to aim and how much is the wind going to affect the shot.
Yeah.
And you can see it on all of them. I mean, I'm looking over here at the ones, and people are in some spots that are not real good because of that wind.
Yep. Everything on 5 here, almost everybody has been to the left, right, as you look at this hole. And we've had, I think, one ball fly the green here today.
Yeah, it's and you can't feel it as much at the tee box,
T-box,
just because you're kind of protected. But once you get above those trees, it is whipping. So yeah, it's a tough start off, but
everybody's playing in the same conditions, right? That's what you have to keep telling yourself is this is
That's
hard for everybody.
Exactly right, and nobody's shooting below par today, probably because it's tough conditions with that.
Yep.
And the course is in beautiful condition. I mean, the greens, the fairways, it's in very nice shape.
Yeah, some of the boys' coaches commented on that on Wednesday, just how playable the course is because of how nice it is around the greens, and the first cut's really nice, and we've seen that play out. This is the Clarksville golfer here, Wangsness.
Yep. And she's had a kind of a bogey golf, so she's playing pretty well there. De Boer from Rockford, I believe.
Yes.
She's been playing bogey golf, so she's had some nice shots there.
This is her with the putt here. This whole location has been absolutely torturing golfers today.
And it's actually one of the easier placements. If you've played here much, it's one of the easier spots.
They have not enjoyed it here today. This green played really tough Wednesday. Also, put the hole way in the back.
Yep.
Here's Meyer's par attempt, if I counted correctly.
Yes, this would be for par. right, see if she just missed it.
I think she did just missed left,
And
yeah.
I'm sure you see that a lot on this hole, is they don't realize how much it's going to break towards the river.
We've mentioned that a couple of times already today, that everything breaks on this course towards the water, which is...
There's about 2% of putts that don't.
Right.
Otherwise, crazy as they look, they usually go towards the river.
Yeah.
That's the advantage I think some of our St. Ansgar girls do, at least on the green-wise, is understanding that.
Yeah, for sure. DeBoer from Rockford. I believe this would be a bogey putt. Gets it.
Yeah, she got her bogey putt. Yeah, minus that wind, it's a really beautiful day out here.
It is not too hot, not too cold. When the sun goes behind the clouds, it does get a little chilly.
It's not like yesterday where it was 90 degrees out.
Yeah, correct. Well, here we head to 6th, the toughest hole in the course, right, in terms of handicap anyway, 6 and 7.
6 and 7, that can really make or break a good score. There's no doubt about that.
So mentally, you kind of got to flush what's happened at this point, right?
Yes.
And go attack 6 and 7.
And the wind will at least help a little bit with 6 off the tee, kind of blowing it back in. So if you do lose it right, I mean, it should kind of bring it back in.
Helps you out.
But yeah, 7, that's the equalizer.
For sure.
You need 2 nice and easy shots to get you to the bottom and get out of there with your bogey or your par and be happy as heck to be there.
Yep.
All right, you guys.
All right,
have
thanks
fun.
for joining
You
us. We'll
bet.
see you in
We'll
round
see you a
number
little bit
2.
later.
We are back here on hole number 4. This is Bree Tabbert for the Saints. Tabbert with the putt here. Eve Shannon of Newman Catholic and Dana Jacobs Rockford also on this hole with Tabbert. Tabbert comes up just short there. Something about putting into that wind will do that to a guy or gal. I don't know if you've ever had that experience.
Putting into the wind?
Yeah, putting into the wind. Just something weird about it. Like, well, it shouldn't really impact much, but for some reason, it throws me off.
Yeah, I'm looking at anything happening on the greens here, and you see ball, like, we talked the other day about how stiff some of the greens were with all the sun, with the wind, and man, when the wind is gusting the way it is, it certainly has an impact on that light little tap. That once you put that ball in motion, it's just going to float out there, and that wind is absolutely going to have an impact.
Hole 4, Bree Tabbert. She'll have a short little putt to finish out here on hole 4.
We have a hole here or a shot here on hole 9 behind us, guys. More for our own safety. I want to let you guys know in case it goes off the tree or something like that.
Thank you. So Tabbert finishes up here on 4. We've got Eve Shannon and Dana Jacobs, Rockford and Newman, respectively. Our second near miss of the week here. I believe that's the Newman Catholic. Golfer Eve Shannon finishes out here. That'd be Dana Jacobs of Rockford. Finishes up on hole 4. Get a little sky shot here from... No worries. All right, to hole 9. The approach shots here into the green on hole 9.
No, you're good.
So we have a group here. Let's see here with a Clarksville, a Northwood, and a Riceville. So this has got to be Losey, Clark, and Hanson here. Coming up on hole 9. That red ball, we already complimented it once. It's back. Oh. Losey with the wedge here, just left of the green. Gets too much of that one and finds the other side. Stay off the cart path. Does not. Golf balls never listen to me. I don't know why I tried. Here we are back here on the green on 9. Sparrow, we're on your camera. There you go. Thank you. Northwood Kenseth's ball there. Hallie Hansen for the Vikings with her shot here on 9.
This one's going to run out pretty quick once it gets on the green downhill towards the river.
That club bites hard and ends up on the other side.
How do you know these are working?
We don't.
Just keep talking.
I can see a bit on here.
Oh, is this working?
It is. So we have 3 mics working. Which one's not? That would be Sparrows over there, right?
Oh boy, it's really windy out there today, Jim.
That's for sure. Yes, it's working. That was a test. That was a mic test, by the way. Northwood Kenseth. Hansen.
Got to chat with the Clarksville coach a little bit.
Did we learn anything interesting?
He said it took 6.5 hours to do the boys meet for their conference.
Wow.
And it started raining towards the end. Thank goodness for no thunder. So
right. Clarksville with a nice up from the fringe.
What's your opinion on bright
Clark
blaze red?
So we've already given
balls?
it.
Oh,
That is my personal favorite. That is
really?
the matte red is my ball of choice.
I can't find them in the grass. I don't know why.
You would think they'd be easier to find, and they're really not.
No.
Yeah. There's a reason the majority of golf balls are white, because technically, honestly, they might be the easiest ones to find.
Yeah.
That matte red is my personal favorite as well. That's what I try to play. But if you're looking in the trees and find one, that's probably mine. I walk a long way.
Losey finishes up for Riceville. This is Hanson, Northwood Kenseth. You see how punishing these greens are when you miss long. You have a 6-footer coming back. It's just, you can't afford to miss long on almost any green here when you're putting towards the east.
Just lips out.
Clarksville's Clark. Great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter of the founder of Clarksville. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
I learned that today.
Well, I might have just made it up, too, but when you're a Clark from Clarksville, don't you think there's a chance you're related to the founders of the town?
A good possibility.
They probably own the town.
It's Yorville,
Yeah.
for goodness sake.
Is there any last name Rice from Riceville today?
None today, no. Have a Losey, but it's not Loseyville, so I guess I can't call it that.
Yeah.
Should we go back to 5? Let's go back to 5.
It appears so.
Hitting their second shots here on hole number 5. Let's see if we can't get the camera switched over. Here we go.
Straight and in the fairway.
That'll work.
That'll work.
So this group helped me identify. This is the Tabbert group, right? As we were affectionately
Correct.
calling it. Bree Tabbert, Eve Shannon, From Newman Catholic and Dana Jacobs of Rockford. Tabbert, of course, your hometown favorite, St. Ansgar. The second sweatshirt about to come out of this announcer's bag.
I've had 3 people ask me if I'm cool. There's bound to be more.
Let's start with the hood. We're going to start with the hood, and then we'll progress to second sweatshirt. There's your announcer comfort level update. I knew you were pining for it at home. Shannon, Newman Catholic.
So 2 things wrong with this. This is the one with more conducive being few.
Yep.
How do you? I'm fine. I was able to figure it out. How about you put the trigger on that?
Yeah.
And then you take this so you have the screen.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of compromise on that.
We are on hole 5 here. Girls first round regional golf at Acorn Park near St. Ansgar.
I was like, man, this keeps hitting me in the chest. So I put like this here. And
Let's see if we can catch Tabbert's shot here. We're redoing a little camera equipment, so this is Tabbert on 5. And yes, there's a lot of debris on the greens. No, it did not start that way. The wind here is howling. There's your evidence. Blowing leaves and seeds and everything else onto the greens here. I've seen several girls have to stop and clear out their lines. Tabbert ends up just on the other side, just off the green on the fringe. Jacobs of Rockford here. Nice pot from Jacobs. She'll mark. Have a short putt to finish. Eve Shannon, Northwood Catholic, or Newman Catholic, doing a little green maintenance there, getting some of that aforementioned debris moved. Tabbert for the Saints. From the fringe. Tries to bump and run there, gets it a little fat, ends up short. Shannon from Newman. Putting uphill there. There's about 5 feet left. Bree Tabbert here from hole 5. Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic. Tough conditions here at Acorn Park. 30-mile-an-hour southwest wind. Temperature dropping as we speak, down into the mid-60s. The sun is gone. All the golfers battling that today. Rain showers forecast for this afternoon. These girls trying to get finished before that gets here. Tabbert's putt just slips out. Finds the bottom there. And Jacobs of Rockford will finish us out here on hole 5. Group number 9. This is Shannon. She makes it. Let's take a look over at Travis's camera. It is coming in very nicely, Travis. We'll have to go give him that update. All right, back here on hole 5. Looks like we have our next group up at the tee box. Now, can we identify who that group might be? So the players that started on 9, we're on 5. So would this be, we've already seen the 1s, 2s, 3s. Ramker, Jasperson, and Frank, perhaps, in this group.
That's one of those shots that you hit, Joe, that we talked about this a lot the other day. You're cursing as you hit it, but when you get up here, it's not bad. She managed to sneak it between those trees.
Right. You don't hate it near as much once you get here.
You really don't. No. It's you find out it's really not that bad. That one lands a little short and right of the green. Not a bad spot. Felt like it may have come our way. I don't know if I don't have you to see that, Jordan, or not, but
I did not see that one off the club.
I expected it to hear it in the trees. It may not have made it to the trees. I'm not sure. We're about to find out. As the ladies approach.
I am. That was Bree Tabbert's tee shot that you just saw there on 6. So we got a different camera angle again. We'll show you that one. As this group approaches here on 5. Let's go back to 5. Back here on hole number 5, we have confirmed, or at least we believe we've confirmed, this is Frank from Lake Mills. Addison Frank in the black shirt, pink shorts. Her second shot. Leaves that just short. Roz Jasperson, Newman Catholic. This here is Adelie Ramker, North Butler. I can sympathize with that shot. I've taken that one too many times as well. But she does a good job recovering. Rolls the second attempt up there on the green. Roz Jasperson now in black on the other side of the green. Right there she is. From Newman Catholic. Nice attempt from there, just below the hole.
I think we need a crow's nest out here, guys, so we can get a better shot of this ball coming up onto the green. It's tough to see as they approach it because everything is on the other side of the hump.
I think this location would be a perfect spot for a permanent fixture. Build it up, put a Saints TV logo on it.
Frank from Lake Mills.
Be a great spot for one.
Ramker, North Butler with the putter.
Tee shot happening. Go.
Tee shot. Bree Tabbert with the driver.
This would be her provisional. She's
Thank
already
you.
teed off once. I don't know. She must be concerned that it went out of bounds on the right-hand side here.
That one started right as well. But looks like our cameraman found it. Back to the green here on 5. Jasperson, Newman Catholic. Is it just short? Good roll from there. She finishes up. I believe that's a bogey for Jasperson. North Butler's Ramker. That ball stays left and misses slightly long. She rolls it in from there. And they'll head to the tee box on 6. No action on 9 right now. Quiet there. Approach coming on 4. And, of course, this group we just watched here will be headed to the tee box on 6, where we have a camera set up there. That's what that view looks like. There's the tee box. On 6, Duke Scoop man in the camera. Sun's back. Feels better again.
That could stay out for a little bit.
This will be my system, Joe. So we can create a little something here to, when the flag comes out, I'm gonna pick this camera up and get up on the, and that way you'll know when I'm moving it, so then you can go to Duke or a stationary camera.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just kind of stay back. As soon
Until
as I
the
pull
ball gets.
flag,
Yep.
then I'll move
Then
the
you move.
camera. That way we'll just kind of both know the camera's gonna jostle.
Perfect.
If you can move it, great. If not, we'll let them know.
We have our next group on the tee box on 5. They kind of snuck up on us here.
They were kind of waiting in the wings.
Would be the Knowlton group. Lila Knowlton of St. Ansgar, Casey Trask, Rockford, and Schumann of Riceville. This is Lila Knowlton with her tee shot here on hole 5. Also a fan of the glowy red matte ball. Well, it's got good taste in golf balls. We know that. Looks like she's got 7-iron in hand. Say it confidently, they'll believe you. Obviously, a ball turns out to be orange as it rolls right up here just short of us. Hole high, just left. She'll have a nice shot from there. So we have Rockford and Riceville also in this group. As they get closer, we'll tell you which one's which. This is either Schumann of Riceville or Trask of Rockford. Group 8B here on hole 5. All right, so I believe black shirt would be Riceville's Riceville's Lena Schumann. Excuse me. I think that's Schumann in the black here, hitting her second shot. Gets a good bounce there, and she'll end up just shy of the green.
Sometimes I hear a little crack behind me, I think.
You make you a little nervous?
Maybe that's a ball getting too close, but with the wind blowing the way it is, it could be a branch snapping. You never know.
That one was a ball. Bree Tabbert squared a tree up pretty good, ways behind us.
Okay.
But I have seen some big branches fall within 20 to 30 feet of us already today.
Yeah. Trask from Rockford with the wedge here, short of the green. Chips it up on there. She'll have work to do with the putter. Next up, Schumann Riceville. She's going to get herself a little room with her bag. Pretty nice shot from Riceville Schumann. Lila Knowlton working quickly.
Yeah,
Leaves
she
that
didn't
one
really
short.
catch her shot on that one. She was ready to go, and
She
went.
was. It's a good idea. We climb up on the golf cart to give ourselves a little better perspective here.
Need to put a seat up on top of the cart now.
That's what we should be.
I'm going to put this mic, this little honorary production meeting, in this little box to try to. I see it's picking up some wind noise and a little echo from me, so. I'm going to try that, see if that's any better. Knowlton. Not the shot she was trying to do, but that's going to work.
Works out really well.
She kind of looks at Coach like, well, can you bring it up for me? I was trying to switch it. I kind of see it.
Over the screen and then just go to the microphone. Or, I'm sorry, chat's a little bubble. Where's the phone?
Rockford's Trask. Nice putt there to finish out. Here comes Riceville's Schumann. Lila Knowlton. Tricky 16-foot putt. This green's been a challenge all week. Continues here today. Nice job by Lila there to finish out. Should we stay right here on 5? Okay, I'm going to go Travis quick. You move the camera. This is a live look at hole number 6 from the Duke Scoop Cam. We're going to adjust the camera position here on 5, and we'll come right back to 5. We'll show you this next group's tee shots here on 5. Let me know when you're ready, Eric. All right, back here to 5. The Caitlin Berg group. Berg. That's a nice shot. She ended up just right of the green, hole high. Lovren of Clarksville and Havronik from Rockford, also in this group. This appears to be the Clarksville golfer here, Sydney Lovren. She's going to like that shot when she gets up here as well. She's just left of the green, but in a good position, still having a nice attempt at par. And this is the group that is missing a golfer, right? We had a scratch, late scratch. So this group is down to 2. While they come up here, should we go see what's going on hole number 6? You can see that Tabbert group is just getting up to the green on the Duke Scoop Cam. So the group that just finished here on 5, waiting to tee off on 6. Group 1A currently on the green on 9 here to our right. We may see if we can bring you some of that action here in between as well. Right now we're on hole 6. Watching the tee box on hole 6. Let's go back to 5. Caitlin Berg for your Saints. Nice effort from there. Can get that ball to stop.
And again, it just keeps rolling. I thought when that hit that front edge of the lip that it was going to roll up nice, but kept going. Leaves her with a, I would say, 20-foot putt coming back.
Yeah. Yep. Clarksville, Sydney Levering. Just off the green. She's got putter here on the fringe. Caitlin Berg. Putter in hand. Nice effort from there. Just missed Knowlton's tee shot on 6. You can see where that ended up. Back to 5. Bergberry's a short putt. Lover and Clarksville. Be here to finish up, and then we're going to try to get you to 9 quick. We'll see if we can't catch the end of Group 1A and their putting here. It looks like Thompson was over the green and then chipped it back over onto the other side. She does have the putter out here. She's just off the green here on 9. I'm going to switch you over to 6 for a second while he moves the camera. And here on 9, to our right, we've got Krukenberg, Hammond, Thompson, Group 1A. We're just finishing up. Okay, so that's not who I thought it was on 9. Now that I see Sophie Urbach, she must have been camouflaged, hiding behind a tree. So this is the Urbach group. This is Group 2.
Really nice putt from Sophie.
Putt from Sophie. We didn't get that on camera, but trust me, it was a really nice putt there on 9. All right, we have golfers on the tee box here on 5, so let's switch you back. Hole 5. No, let's stay here, I think. I will. This is Abby Beatty, Lake Mills, here on tee box number 5. Ball's going to end up just left of the green, short. The question would be, does she have a shot from behind those trees?
Yeah, I don't know if it came far enough this way to get past that big tree or not. She might have to aim towards the top half of the green if she wants to get a look at it.
North Butler's Hummel on 5 here at Acorn Park near St. Ansgar. Good looking shot there from Hummel. And pushed left. And comment on this hole. Back to 9 we go. This is the green on 9. Jasperson, Thompson, Levine, and Urbach are your 4. This is Audrey Jasperson. She finishes out with the short putt. Urbach So this group started on hole number 2, so they have just one hole remaining in their front 9 by my math. We are nearly approaching the halfway mark here of this first round regional at Acorn Park in St. Ansgar. Back to 5 we go.
And they're taking a look to see what the best approach would be from back there behind that tree.
Tough angle there. So I think you're exactly right. She's going to end up having to aiming hole on the high side here.
Which is not ideal, having to putt back downhill. But when it's the only shot you have.
Yeah. So a little discussion going on with the coaches. Trying to figure out what that best play from there is. As we wait, North Butler's going to go ahead and take a shot there.
You know, sometimes just chipping it out to an open area is better than trying to do too much and make a great shot and live to fight another day. That's probably what they're discussing over there, weighing their options.
Let's see what she decides to do. As Abby Beatty, Lake Mills, consulting with the coaching staff there on options.
Coaches per team, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Here comes Abby's second shot. So here at these girls' meets, they have to identify 2 coaches prior to the meet, right? That are actively on the course and can coach at different points. They can't always coach, but there are times they're allowed and times they aren't, right?
Correct. Yep. Once they're on the green, there's really no communication between your golfer and your coach, but all the way up to that green, they can coach all these different situations and scenarios.
She got it out of there, chose the right-hand route, so she's ended up, I think, exactly what you were talking about, Jordan, of just get me something out of here safe, yep. and we'll live for another shot.
'Cause, I mean, they could have went to the left, but then that puts you up on the top side of the green or all the way on the back end of the green. Now you're chipping back, going downhill. You're trying to conserve a stroke or 2 by taking the safe route.
I bet it does.
Really nice approach shot. She's still below the hole, probably 5 foot left to finish it out.
You could take it for a ride. You don't want to walk. Nice putt by Maisie Newman Catholic. Couple nice putts in a row. That's Abby Beatty, Lake Mills. Savannah Hummel here for North Butler. Try to make it 3 for 3.
And she does.
Group 1A now approaching hole 9 here, by the way. So we just saw a really nice shot from Krukenberg here in front of us.
Hole 9 plays at about a 350-yard par 5. They're hitting with the wind on hole 9, so that's helping them out on this longer hole.
So Krukenberg's ball is on the green here on 9. So we have our next group up at the tee box on 5. Which would be anyone's guess. Who haven't we seen yet? I guess is what it comes down to, right? We should be... Are we back to the beginning? Is that something that's possible? Is that Sophie Rye up there?
Looks like a 2-person group. It does look like Sophie Rye up on the tee box from Northwood Kensett.
So I think we're starting our second 9 officially here at Acorn Park.
Just under 2 hours. Looks like an hour and 56 minutes if they started right on time,
Right.
which they were pretty close.
Yeah, and this is one of those groups that's missing a golfer, right? They're down to 2.
So we're back to the first group.
We believe this is our first group again. This is Group 5. Avery Cruzy of Rockford and Sophie Rye, Northwood Kensett.
Today the clubhouse has grab and go for the girls, so we won't see a huge break and teams intermixing like we saw last time, getting mixed up a little bit, so they're going to grab a sacked lunch and keep moving.
Sophie Rye's tee shot ends up just right there. Hits the path, gets a friendly roll, and rolls right off the end of that. She'll have an easy chip. Well, easy for me to say chip from there. So this Group 1A here on 9, someone has hit the ball considerably right. They appear to be getting a ruling. I think that ball might be on the number 4 green, similar to our situation we had here last time. All right, we're going to try something here. We're going to switch over. Urbach teeing off on 1. So I didn't think the camera would reach quite that far, but it does. We are on the Duke Scoop cam. He is on hole number 1 watching Bree Tabbert tee off. Stay out of the water. There's that river we've mentioned a couple of times. Off to the left-hand side of hole number 1. So this is the Tabbert group we're watching here on hole 1. Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic, teeing off on 1. So we're getting the rules committee together, it looks like, here on hole number 9. Reagan Ham of Lake Mills is on green number 4. So the ruling during the boys' event on Wednesday was they could move the ball off the green as long as you moved it in a straight line directly away from the pin. So you had to get further away. We'll see if that happens again. For now, we're still watching hole number 1.
I got a shot here, Joe, of this is the committee that's, we talked about it the other day when the boys had it happen, and it was the most interesting series of events where, yeah, it landed on the green, and then he hit a tree, and it landed on the green again, right? 2 in a row.
So we're going to get a drop, it looks like, away from the green.
Oh.
All right, so while they're getting that sorted out, we're going to go back here to hole number 5. We've got our first group, so this is their second time playing this hole. Sophie Rye and Avery Cruzy. This is Rye. That easy chip I was talking about, she makes it look easy. Great shot from Sophie Rye. Leaves it just under the hole. We'll have, well, you know what? Easy worked the first time. I'm saying it again. An easy putt for par. It's not easy.
No.
Avery Cruzy, Rockford. Leaves that chip short.
Yeah, that one rolls right back down the hill at her.
Looks like they got it all sorted out. We had the ball off the green there on 4. She'll shoot at the green on 9 here to our right. But back here on hole 5. Cruzy. Nice putt, even uphill. You can see what a challenging putt that is for Cruzy. This is Rye, Northwood Kensett. Nice effort there. They'll finish up 2 short putts. You can see just how much that ball moves on what is...
That, I almost believe the wind took that one. It just
it almost looked
ran
like
away
it.
from the pin.
Sure did.
Good finish.
So they'll head to tee box on 6. So it looks like Reagan Ham recovered. Took her 2 shots to get back on the green, but she's now has about a 4-foot putt left for, I'm going to guess that's going to be either a par or a bogey putt. Par putt. So she could save par here. Ken Ham on that one. We got Coach Shannon Bells here from St. Ansgar. He's going to, if you don't mind, Coach, tell us about what you've seen so far. It looks like most girls are finishing up their first round.
Yep. It's been a good first round. We got 9 holes in. A little bit of a challenge out there with the wind. But I think, I've seen a lot of girls managing it by hitting some knockdown shots or some punch shots, keeping the ball down out of that breeze. I know going down 2, that's been a struggle.
I bet.
We hit Macy, I know, hit a good drive down the middle of 2, and the ball started to turn over a little bit, and pretty soon the wind started pushing, and then she's in the river.
Oh, no.
So she took that good drive and turned it into a penalty stroke, but she's gonna bounce back from that. And she's hit some good shots since, but yeah, I think overall things are going pretty well.
Good.
That was interesting seeing the Ham girl over there come off a 4 green to ours to number 9 where she was supposed to be playing, but she got free relief from that, no penalty.
Yep, I wonder. So that is the ruling there. So you drop off the green and.
Yep, no near the hole, play away.
Yep.
I told them on Live Golf or PGA they would have played right off there. For my skin and all the other coaches' skin out here, we'll just take relief from that and stay on Candy's good side today.
That's right. That's right. This place is looking beautiful. We'll keep it that way, right?
Sure is. Yes. So it's been a good day. I think girls have been hitting some good shots. And
yeah. We've seen this top group a couple of times now between 5 and 9 here, and it looks like they're playing some really good golf.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of their scorecards, but I think they're here to play. I mean, this is what determines whether they move on to state. So.
And everybody's got. We talked about this with Coach Meyer. Everybody's playing in the same conditions, right? And you have to kind of keep that in mind. That bogey golf might be really good golf today.
For sure, for sure.
So,
yeah. We got a couple double bogeys out there, and kids get kind of down on themselves. But, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, that might not be that bad.
Yep.
So, probably not losing any strokes to the field. I watched the second group of 1s go down number 7, which is kind of a trouble hole out here. And all the 4 of them hit nice little punch shots to the top, hit another little punch shot to the bottom. And then Macy hit a beautiful 3rd chip in and made a 4-foot putt for par. So that was fun to see because we've been working on that for a few days. And
hole 7, a par is a victory.
Oh, even on a good day.
On a good day.
On a calm day, that's a good day, a good score. So for sure.
No doubt about it.
So-
The best shots we've seen here on hole 5 have been those low shots, leave it just short of the green, or maybe even somehow get it to roll up onto that. Those have been the 3 or 4 best shots, best played holes we've seen here today have been that. Keep it out of the wind,
Yep,
keep
I
it
think
down.
you have to.
Anything
for
that's
sure.
getting up in the air is ending up in this tree on the right-hand side. It's just, or left-hand side. It's
Knocking
just,
some more branches down that are already on the ground. So
Exactly.
yeah. So yeah, it's been good, I think.
Off to a good start. Again, we think we're maybe just past halfway here for most of the girls. I know we just have seen our second group or our first group twice now on here on hole 5. So
Awesome.
We are making good progress. Thanks for joining us, and
You
we'll
bet.
catch up with you here after the meet.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. Are back here on hole 5.
Figured it all out, but I don't.
So we have Tess Weiner, Newman Catholic, Judy Gallardo, Lake Mills, and Hannah Nichols of North Butler on the tee box here on hole 5. Their second time through hole 5. Their 11th hole of the day. This is Nichols, North Butler.
It's another one of those shots, Joe. It feels like it went so far right. She gets up here. She got a clear shot to the green on that one, and it's not a bad angle, I don't think.
Tess Weiner here on 5. Up next.
That one lands just shy of the green.
Macy Meyer with a beautiful third shot over here on hole 9. We'll watch her come up and keep you up. We'll keep the camera here on 5, but we'll keep you updated on what's going on over there as well. We also
no one in the tee box yet. However, they're not marching this way yet either, so I expect. What else we got in the group here, Joe? You got that?
Gallardo of Lake Mills. I don't think we've seen her hit, have we?
I think we're one short.
I agree. There's 3 golfers here. I think we've only seen 2, haven't we? Or unless we've missed one.
Reorganizing some clubs. Hopefully there's not a missing club. Hey, while they do that, Joe, let's go take a look quick here at Macy marked her ball. I thought she was getting ready to putt.
Yep,
We'll go back to 5.
Back here on 5, there's Gallardo. We found her. Hitting her first shot here from the tee box on 5. That ball gets up into the wind. Does a nice job of starting it, though, on the right side. Pushes it back left. She's just left of the green. Nice shot. Back here over on 9, Macy Meyer. We believe this is a birdie attempt. Let's see if I can get a ruling here. Officially. Would this be a birdie attempt, guys? Par? Bogey. Bogey putt here. Thank you. Now we know. Green ball, bogey shot. Nice roll. Hey, guess what? It broke towards the river and long again. Wagsness with her putt on 9. We'll bring you back here to 5 after these putts. And Kennedy Berry, Northwood Kensett. Just off. Back here to the green on 5. Gallardo of Lake Mills. Her second shot. Nice chip there. I thought that might release a little further for her. Well done.
Yeah, I think it's the angle of the ground there. Kind of slowed it down a bit.
North Butler's Nichols. Getting up just above the hole. She'll have a tricky putt. I'm going back downhill. And Tess Weiner. Newman Catholic now. She's got an uphill putt. Gonna get some of the maple tree debris, oak tree leaves that have blown onto this green here. We've seen it.
Been happening all day, hasn't it, Joe?
It has. And I assure you it was spotless when we started. 30-mile-an-hour winds wreaking havoc on the trees and the golfers today here at Acorn Park. Macy Meyer sinks the putt over here on 9. Nice putt from Macy. Weiner just long with that putt here on 5. We're going to stay on hole 9. Excuse me, we're going to go back to 5. Gallardo, her putt on 5. Nice attempt from there. Makes a short shot, does Gallardo of Lake Mills. Back to 9. Clarksville's Wangsness. Oh, the putt leaks out just right. She taps in. And De Boer from Rockford makes her putt as those ladies finish up their first 9 holes. Back to 5. Weiner. So Gallardo is done here. We got Weiner and Nichols of North Butler. Looks like Nichols will go first here. It's been challenging today here on green number 5. I think it's faster than most of the girls expect. And the break must be challenging to read up there today. North Butler's Hannah Nichols. Got it. The course is sort of eerily empty on this end now. We seem to be alone now, Mr. Travis. Everybody's there's a couple of carts up at the clubhouse, look like for lunch break. There's a grab and go lunch, so for the players after their first 9, they grab a sack of lunch and get right back to work. It does appear we have a group up at the tee box on 5. I think that's the only other group at this end. 1 is empty, 4 is empty, 9 is empty. And, of course, the group that just finished here on 5 headed for 6.
Your battery's holding up, dude. Good. You've been holding out on me. You never told me how great it was to use the eyepiece when the sun's reflecting on the little screen.
I didn't tell you that.
You know, you should have told me how good it was.
Oh.
Use the eyepiece if you're getting reflected. Fantastic.
Check 1, 2. I think they're bottled up down on 7.
You think what?
I think there's a few groups down in 7 and 8, kind of in that corner, bottled up. A couple in getting lunch. Speaking of lunch, I brought some snacks if anybody wants some.
What'd you bring for snacks today, dude? You gotta share it with
I
me.
brought some nuts, less than 50% peanuts, and some dried fruit.
So it looks like a cocktail peanuts. That's like the special kind, right? Yeah.
Fleet Farm.
Thank you. Man, they have a nice selection of nuts and other various bag treats at Fleet Farm, don't they?
Legumes and lentils and all your vegan protein.
I'm feeling better already. Thanks.
Oh, I like a good steak though too. I can go for a steak right now.
We're looking at the number 6 tee box right now. Step over here and ask Joe a question real quick. Do you remember, Joe, when the boys were golfing the other day, did they hang out on the bench like that?
They did not.
I think every group is hanging out on the bench like
I
that.
think you're right.
Is it coached? Do they coach different girls differently? They say, hey, look, this is like, you got to conserve your energy. I don't know.
Right.
I've noticed
Girls
that
just
about
that much smarter than the boys. They're like, well, I'm just going to sit down. And
Well, it could be because I think in the boys, if we remember, we go back and look, but it seemed like all the boys were hanging out behind the tee,
right,
while others are teeing off, and the girls are. I don't know if it's just more respectful or it's just how they do it.
I don't
but
know either.
Either they're on the bench or they're off on the right-hand side. But it's definitely different
for sure. I've also noticed a few more smiles and a few more laughs, a little more talk amongst non-teammates with the girls. The boys a little more.
I don't know if you saw it on the screen, but when I first went over to the 6 tee box and they were getting ready to tee off, it was right when you switched the camera. A branch fell down like right behind the girl that was about to tee off. And
Really?
She jumped and turned around.
No. Yeah, it is windy here. It has been windy for going on, 36 hours here. It could stop any time. I think it could blow itself out here at some point.
They've been forecasting the wind.
Mango?
Hey.
And forecasting rain.
Yeah,
and we could use the rain. We're getting plenty of wind. We don't need oh, man, this is mangoes. That's not Fleet Farm. Where else you been shopping, young man?
The mango store.
Ooh, those are good.
That's really good.
Look,
You
they
ever
say
had
premium on them.
a premium sweetened, dried
Take two, they're
mango?
small.
I would highly recommend it. I never had one before. Never even heard of such a thing. But I'm going to have 2. Thank you.
On hole number 5. So we're looking at tee box of 6 here. No, we're not. What are we looking at? Oh, yeah, it's tee box of 6. But I think they're getting ready to tee off on 5. And that's their home base today, so when they get up there and they get ready, we'll head back to 5. There's a bit of a lull on this side of the course. Travis, you mentioned it seemed like they may be down in the, well, they must be in the 6, 7, or 7, 8 range.
There was kind of a bottleneck there at one point. I don't know if it's cleared. I haven't seen them come back up 9 yet, but.
All right, getting ready to tee off here on number 5. We'll switch to that. Apologies if you were watching the tee off on 6.
Everybody's stopping in the clubhouse to get a hot dog off the roller for the back nine.
Dog off the roller. Oh boy.
Birdie fuel.
I may have lost the camera on that one. This wind is a bear today. Joe, do we know what group this is on 5?
Mm-hmm. The founder of Clarksville's great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter, Capri Clark, from Clarksville, her town, Bernie Losey of Riceville, and Hallie Hansen, Northwood, Kensett. By the way, that whole Clarksville thing totally made up, but we're going with it.
What was made up?
That this young lady right here, Capri Clark, who's teeing off, she's the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter of the founder of Clarksville.
If you think about
I
it,
made that
Joe,
up.
Everything is made up.
It's true. But her last name's Clark, and she's from Clarksville, so, we're going to go with it. It's herville, right?
Like this game of golf. Someone made it up.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's true. It is made up.
No, I have yet to go through a town called Candle Geniusville,
Right.
Bill, but I'm going to use that when I
You
go.
use it. When you go, be like, this is my town.
I own this town.
Clearly related to the founders, for sure. So this is Group 3. This group consists of Clark, Losey, and Hansen. Their second time through. We talked about this on Wednesday. Interested to see what adjustments these girls make as they play their second 9. You have a little experience. You know now that, man, I get that ball up here on hole 5 and it disappears to the left. All 3 try to keep it down here. Losey of Riceville. Her second shot finds the tree and kicks directly back to her.
I didn't think the shot looked bad.
Not
until the
at
tree
all,
part.
but just an unkind bounce.
Yeah, I love tricks for the most part.
Losey, after the unfortunate bounce off the tree there, is going to take her third shot.
I promised you guys would see a birdie on this hole today. Don't make me wrong, please.
We're about 2/3 of the way through. We have not yet seen one. Par's been very hard to come by here. This hole's playing much harder than usual.
Oh, it's a little pixelated though.
Yeah, but it's not terrible. I mean, it is, but you can get really close.
What is this thing? I didn't realize this thing had a. Isn't it 20x? You gonna go do it?
It goes up to like 800x.
It does not.
North of Kensett's Hansen here, just off the green with the wedge. Losey of Riceville coming right at you. Clark with the putter here off the left side of the green. That's the red ball coming into view right there. Losey's putt ends up short, and she'll have work to do. She's going to go ahead and finish out as we work on getting a better camera angle. There you go. Now we can see. The way this green slopes kind of blocks our view from back here. Clark of Clarksville. The Clark from Clarksville. Red ball. Nice up. She'll tap in. And Hanson, Northwood, Kensett. Nice pot. Just hangs up to the left. Hard game. More evidence there if you needed it. We're going to have a little lull in the action here at this end. As it appears the entire field is on holes 2, 3, and 7.
Get that digital zoom to work that he was talking about. 6 here.
So we're going to go down. We're going to take a look down 6. I'm going to switch over and see what view we're getting. There we go. So this is the Duke Scoop Cam. Looks like he's got the Tabbert group who are coming up here on hole 4. So there's your look up hole 4. And if we go the other way, that's what we're seeing there. That would be the green on 6. So the green on 6 here. Trying out a few things, a few different camera angles. We'll leave it here. This is Nichols of North Butler. Her shot there on 6. As these girls approach on 4, we'll switch back to the Duke Scoop Cam and go to camera number 4 here. We'll watch one more shot on 6. Oh, you know what? We're not either. We're going to switch her back here. Let's go to 4. Tabbert. Bree Tabbert's second shot here on hole 4. You see Tabbert's second shot on hole 4.
What do we got going on here, Joe?
So we were, anyway, on hole 4.
Okay.
Let's see, are we still
I'm
there?
on 6 at the moment.
So let's go back over and see what you... Yeah, we
Stationarily.
were watching that in 6. There's 6. You can see the congestion around the green. There's a group of players, looks like they're teeing off on 7. That's what you see in the background. And the Gallardo group putting on 6.
I don't know how you know this stuff. I'm so amazed.
You know, you ever have... My brain can retain information it shouldn't, but can't retain information it
man.
should. You ever have that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
do.
kind of my brain
I
all the
know
time.
that feeling.
Like I can walk into the, drive from my house to the grocery store, which is like 2 miles, and forget once I get in there what it was I was supposed to get. Get a bag of chips and some, a Mountain Dew and Doritos and head for home. And Kim says, "Did you get that milk?" Nope, I didn't. I knew I forgot something. But I can remember that that's the Gallardo group. I named them all too. That helps. That's one of the things. That's one of those tricks, right?
That is classic. So I do have the milk problem, and I can't do the other thing either. So
We switch back over to the Duke Scoop Cam. What do we got here? Every time I switch to him, he's moving. Oh, there it is. He's zooming in. So he's got a live look there. Tabbert's ball She tries to punch that thing back into 4 here. Back where she wants it to be. Oh. Right back up here in front of our cart. She'll have an easy look at the green on 9 from there. Back to Candle Genius Cam. He's got a live look at the number 6 tee box. Nobody on 5, so we got 6 here behind us. That group that just finished on 5. We'll watch. Hallie Hansen, Northwood Kensett tee off there. All right, they look done on 6. Let's go back here to 4. Never mind. We're going to leave it on your camera while he gets set up. Duke's getting set up on his camera here. So we'll stay here. We're going to have a little break here in the action on hole 5 for looks like maybe another 10 minutes or so. So let's go look. Hole number 9. Bree Tabbert playing the green ball just in front of us here. On hole 9. Check up there. Gonna end up above the hole, but on the green. Nice shot for Tabbert. There you see that one. Shot number 2. Golfer number 2, I should say, coming up here. Let's see who we... There we go. Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic. Her shot. Pulls up nicely as well. Going to end up just on the north side of the pin.
Not a bad little shot.
Not at all. Rockford's Jacobs. Setting up her ball here on hole number 9. So to kind of give you some idea of how congested the course must be behind us, these girls are just playing their 10th hole. And we have girls who have already played their 12th hole here, right? This group started on 9. This is, in fact, hole 9, right, that they're playing right now. So this is just their 10th hole?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've seen girls hitting their 11th hole some time ago.
Some time ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so we must have a...
Are they out of order at all?
That's possible, too, with the lunch stop in there.
Yeah. Because I missed that. The coaches mentioned something about, do they have a bag lunch or something like that?
Yep. So sack lunch there to try to keep everything moving. I think that everybody's racing this potential weather this afternoon. I haven't looked at an updated forecast, but earlier on they were talking about maybe a 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock rain shower. Nice putt from Tabbert there. That's a really good roll from there. We've seen that today, how that can go awry. I'm on your camera, Eric, just so you know.
Thank you.
Shannon, Newman Catholic. Nice roll for her as well. Looks like that. It's just like professional golf. I can switch between the cameras for you. Look at that. Give you that perspective. Let's go back to this camera. We see Tabbert going to line up a putt here. Jacobs looks like she's going to go ahead and putt here.
I'm going to move.
Got you on Travis. Jacob's putt is long. Eve Shannon now for Newman Catholic. Shannon's putt just misses left. She finishes out with the short tap in. Tabbert up next here. Get you 2 camera angles. I like this one. Watch that roll right in the cup here. Bree Tabbert on 9 here at Acorn Park. No. Just slips out. We got about a 45-mile-an-hour wind gust about the time she hit that. Tabbert's going to regroup here and let Jacobs from Rockford finish up. Back to Tabbert. You can see how much the camera's moving. That's on a tripod, and it's still moving that much in the wind. Tabbert. I think that's a smart decision. Mark that ball. Regroup. Tabbert finishes out there on hole 9. They'll head back to number 1. So, this is the next group coming up for, no correction, they're coming up 9. This is hole 9, so we're staying on 9 here. We'll get you golfers' names as soon as we can identify which group it is that's coming at us here.
Well, that was a tough set for Tabbert.
It was. You could just see the frustration.
Dribbling that thing.
It's
just bouncing out of that hole 1, 2, 3 times in a row. Nearly had a great putt on the first one. It rims out for the second time, and I swear it just bounced off the back of the cup the third time.
Tough conditions.
Tough to recover. This one lands on the sand right in front of us. I'm not sure if you see that. Sure you
there
do.
It is.
Duke's on the cam.
Duke's got it. So we have North Butler, Lake Mills. And Newman, perhaps? Would this be Roz Jasperson, Addison Frank, and Adelie Ramker?
Newman wearing pink skirts in general?
Newman's in all black. And they have gray bags that say Newman on the side. That's a clue. But I don't see the Newman written on that one. I don't believe that's right. I'm second guessing myself. So we'll just leave. It does. It gives us some clues. This is definitely a Newman golfer. We just got to figure out which one. You know what? Here it is.
see my little mouse. There it is.
Newman Catholic golfer here. I think that's Maisie. From Newman, Abby Beatty, Lake Mills, and Hummel of North Butler in this group.
See that? There it is.
Abby Beatty. Nice chip. Very well done for Abby Beatty.
That was a really
Lake
nice chip.
Mills. Fantastic job. And here comes the wind. We've talked about it all day. It just continues to get stronger as the day goes on. This course becomes more and more challenging by the minute here in St. Ansgar. Beatty finishes out for Lake Mills. She's going to replace the flag and Maisie and Hummel. We're going to take their chip shots. This is Hummel, North Butler. Another great chip from up there. She has 8 feet remaining. Newman Catholic golfer here, the long putt. Rolls it past the hole. She'll have work to do coming back up the hill. North Butler. Leaves it just short. She'll tap it in here. Back to the Newman Catholic golfer. Oh, just misses it right. She finishes out. And that officially is the last of the golfers on the north half of this golf course. The golfers are stacked up on holes 3, 4, and 7, it appears, as I glance to my south here. Duke Scoop himself, the Clarksville coach. Switch camera so I don't accidentally get in the picture here. No one wants that. This is Group 8B. They'll be coming up in hole 9 here. Lila Knowlton, Casey Trask, and Lena Schumann of Riceville. They're the only golfers within a half mile of us right now. Those.
Yeah, it is unbelievably quiet over here. I'm going to take this opportunity to sit, but I say that in a little bit of a precautionary way. I may need help getting up, Joe.
Right. This is Caitlin Berg for your Saints. I'm honestly not sure what hole she's even on. Well, we're going to find out, and we'll let you know. Is she on 9?
I think she's on
here?
9.
She's on 9 here.
Well, is she teeing off?
I think so.
Well, if she was on 4, she'd have a screen behind her.
Right. So she's got to be on 9. I think we have a couple of groups here on 9. This is Lila Knowlton here, also on 9. Nice shot from Lila Knowlton. Playing that orange ball, going to roll right up on the fringe. Good shot, Lila.
That's a nice shot. That is a nice shot.
So that's...
Well, Joe, I'm sure you've apologized a little bit for the wind conditions. Hopefully our mics aren't picking up too much of that, but I'm sure they're picking up some.
Some, yeah. We'll try to turn all the gain down and all the filters up, and we'll do what we can to keep the noise out. But hopefully you're enjoying a beautiful day of golf here, as we are. That's Urbach, who's playing hole 4. Or, yeah, I think that was Sophie anyway.
We're in the Duke Cam.
We are on the Duke Cam.
And he is on hole 4. All right, I see your batch over there.
He is on hole 4. Lake Mills golfer on hole 4. Taking a good shot there. We can
Off
see
to our right, we have a left-handed.
Gets a fantastic bounce off a tree. Gonna stay right hole high. Nice shot from Casey Trask of Rockford. The trees hurt you a lot here, so when they can help you, you should take advantage of that.
You're right about that.
And
I was worried about that tree hurting me. 'Cause, she made a better shot than I would have, for sure, on that.
Schumann from Riceville here on 9. Her approach shot into the green here. Fooled the cameraman. That was just a practice swing.
Oh, there's another
Well
nice.
done. Well done.
Yeah, a little hot off the green there, but it looked like that tree was going to really help her out.
I thought for sure that thing would check up, and it did not. Had more roll to it than we imagined.
A lot of wind and a lot of sun on hole green at number 9.
Plays fast, fast, fast. Lila Knowlton, Casey Trask, and Alina Schumann here on your number 9 green. Trask just off. With the putter, rolls it up there nicely. So we're watching hole 4 now, I believe, with the Trav Cam. Spinning in a circle. There we go. Now we're at the green on 4, which is the Urbach group.
Sorry, did you need a still camera for that?
Sophie Urbach on the number 4 green there. We're going to roll back around here and pick up hole number 9. This is the green on 9, Lila Knowlton. Casey Trask. And Lena Schumann. Back to 4. Amelia Thompson, North Butler. Nice effort there. beautiful. We'll go back to 9 here in just a second. The golf cart is rolling itself out. Yeah, can you see that? That cart is being pushed by the wind. Look at that right there. That rolling cart. Yeah. It's now stopped. The golfer goes and retrieves her walking cart as the wind pushes it. She's chipping here. That is Schumann of Riceville. Lila Knowlton lines up her putt here on 9. We'll watch Lila's putt and we'll go back to 4. Knowlton on 9. Tough putt from there, and you can see why with all that break. Back to 4. Hole 4, Sophie Urbach. As the players get some help cleaning their lines off here. Looks like Amelia Thompson of North Butler is going to putt first here. Back to Lila Knowlton. Coming back uphill on 9. She's going to finish up. Let's go back to 4. Sophie Urbach. Her putt on 4. Just short. She'll finish out with a tap. Amelia Thompson, we saw from North Butland. That's Audrey Jasperson, Newman Catholic, and Claire Levine of Lake Mills. They're on the number 4 green. Jasperson finishes up. Levine, Lake Mills. Berg, approach shot on 9. Roll, ball, roll. Nicely done. Ends up just short of the green here on 9 does Caitlin Berg. For your Saints, she's playing with Lovren. Sydney Lovren of Clarksville. As they come up onto the number 9 green. So it's been a full 20 minutes since we had a golfer on hole 5 here. That's, like I said, just got a little congested down at those. The course plays much tougher. 6 and 7 are 2 of the toughest holes back to back on this course. Lovren's chip, well done. Don't know where Duke is. We're going to switch to his camera, see if we can find out. Oh, he's pointed at a tree. He might have finally went too far. He's getting grainy over there.
He's heading to 1 tee box, perhaps.
Okay, heading to 1, we think Duke is. We'll stay right here on 9 for now with Berg and Lovren. Caitlin Berg. Nice chip. Started it a little left and stayed left.
That's where I would have taken out my Texas wedge, Joe.
Yep.
I don't have Berg's skills. She is a skilled golfer.
Looks like we have that last group. The Urbach group is headed to the tee box on 5, so we'll bring you that group next year. We'll watch Berg and Lovren finish out here on 9, and then we'll go to hole number 5. Lovren's putt really nice up from way back there. Putts to within a couple feet. Caitlin Berg. As these ladies get into their second round here, playing 18 today. The wind has picked up yet again. Berg smartly waits for it to go down. Hits her putt. Gets a little too much of that one. Sophie Urbach on the tee on 5. We'll get you that action when we're done here on hole number 9. Lover in Clarksville. Berg sinks the putt. Let's go check in on the Duke Scoop cam while you move there. He does have a pretty good shot here. I think he's on 1. Did we decide? The tee box on 1.
Yes. And
nice
speaking of
shot
tee box,
there. That ball,
like we're
look
getting
at
ready
that
here
thing
at
get up in the
5 as
wind,
well.
though. And there it goes to the left on the tee box on 1. That's a Newman Catholic golfer. We can hope that thing stayed out of the water. That's the Bree Tabbert group. So that would have been Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic. Back here to 5.
First to tee off, wearing all black. Joe lands inside the hairpin of the cart path, hits a tree, drops straight down.
And which group is this?
Well, you said, I thought you said you saw Sophia's group coming to 5. Is that Sophia up there?
Yes. Yes, it is. So this would be the Urbach group. So the all black in that group would have been Audrey Jasperson, Newman Catholic. This is the Lake Mills golfer, Claire Levine. So this is the number 2 group. They started on hole 2. Nice shot from Levine. Lands that thing on the green. She'll be putting for birdie. We haven't seen a lot of those today.
Of the day. We've seen very few of those land on the green. She's got it in a good position. Matter of fact, best putt of the day on Wednesday when the boys played came from somewhere in that range.
It did, didn't it? There's a live look from the Duke Scoop cam on the green at 4 while these girls come up on 5. So that'll be our next group here on 4. Let's go back to 5. As this group makes their way to their golf balls, this would be the group that includes Amelia Thompson of North Butler, Audrey Jasperson of Newman Catholic, Claire Levine, Lake Mills, and Sophie Urbach of St. Ansgar. Jasperson, Newman Catholic. Get that ball to land on the green, and often here at Acorn Park, it's not going to stay there.
Yeah, I play more of a bump and run game. I'll say that particular shot really favors someone who can put the ball up in the air, but with the wind, you don't dare do too much of that either.
Right. You really get the ball up in the air and spin it here to get it to stop. Easy to say, hard to do. Urbach from the right side of the green. Yep. No, and you were right with the camera. That was Thompson, North Butler, taking her second shot. And there's Urbach's second shot. That is a great second shot. Urbach has a shot
at par here.
That is a great second shot. Her bat struggled a little bit the first time she played this one. She took some notes. Is in much better position this time.
Sophie marks her ball. And here comes Audrey Jasperson, Newman Catholic. Nice chip. But it hits that ridge again, and she's going to lose it off the backside. Still rolling that ball.
I think the wind maybe gave that thing a bit of a boost. You can see that flag.
Helped it, and by helped it, I mean hurt it.
Yes, sir.
All right, who's out here, ladies? Looks like Levine was next. Your Lake Mills Bulldog.
With everybody on, I'm going to move this camera a little closer.
All right, I'm going to switch while you move. You let me know when you're done. We're back here in hole 1 on the Duke Scoop Cam. Looks like that group, it's the Tabrick group. They're waiting for the group ahead of them to clear out. Back here to 5. Levine. That's a birdie putt. And a really good one. She leaves it just short. Good up from there. She'll have an opportunity for par. Bogey putt on the way for Jasperson. Jasperson will mark. Urbatch's turn here for par. Urbatch makes it the best score of the day on the card here at hole 5 with a par. North Butler, Amelia Thompson, leaves it just short. Claire Levine, Lake Mills, with an opportunity for par here. That ball hangs left. She'll have to settle for bogey. Jasperson, Newman Catholic. Got it. Levine makes the bogey. And they'll head to the tee box at 6. While we get repositioned here, we'll take a little look. I think that's Macy Myers' group. Just playing 4, perhaps? Let's come back here to 5, though, because I think we have Krukenberg, Ham, and Thompson, Group 1A, on the tee box here, 5. Krukenberg hits a beautiful shot, probably the best approach shot we've seen today, maybe 16, 18 feet under the hole here on par 3, hole number 5.
Yeah, and I love the action on that ball, Joe. That thing just put the brakes on as soon as it hit.
In very difficult conditions here on hole 5. That's a great shot. Zoe Thompson here, North Butler, with her shot. Starts it down the right side. The wind pushes it left and ends up just short, but in again, a great spot to chip from there. Nothing wrong with that shot today. Your third golfer in this number 1 group is Reagan Ham of Lake Mills. Also starts it up that right side. Finds some trees on that right side. The ball kicks out short but safe directly in the middle of the fairway. So the trees helped her there. We heard it hit a branch up there, hit it softly enough that it kicked it out into the middle of the fairway. Ham gets a break here on 5.
Taking a look in on 9 here.
Two-person group here on 9, which I believe is Ramker and Jasperson. Roz Jasperson, Newman Catholic. Adelie Ramker, North Butler. Addison Frank, Lake Mills, I think is already done here over on 9. She is. So that group will head back to the number 1 tee box. All right, back here on 5. We have this, theoretically on paper, this should be the leaders. Playing 5 for a second time, so they have just 4 holes remaining after this one. Krukenberg marks her ball. Best ball we've seen all day here on 5. This is Ham. Reagan Ham's second shot. Gonna have to check up. It does not, and she's gonna end up off the back side on that first cut, on that fringe still. Has work to do to save par from there. She'll need to chip in. North Butler's Zoe Thompson. Her attempt ends up short, but on the green, I believe. Our perspective from down here. We're kind of down in a hole here behind hole 5. So it's hard for us to see that bottom of that green, but I believe she is dancing. She is. She marks her ball there on the green, does Zoe Thompson. Ham will chip again from the backside here. Lake Mills, Reagan Ham. Smooth shot, really nice chip from there. Rolls it up pin high, just to the right. It's a longer putt than it looks from this perspective, but a really good up for her. She can save bogey here with that putt. Par putt coming up for Zoe Thompson of North Butler in the pink shirt here. We have 1 par on this hole today by my math, or my recollection anyway, and that belongs to Sophie Urbach of St. Ansgar, and we just saw it.
But Krukenberg with a birdie putt coming up here. The first birdie putt I think we've seen today. I don't recall another one anyway, Mr. Genius.
We have not had a birdie yet.
Krukenberg, the first birdie attempt of the day on hole number 5 here at Acorn Park. Coming up. Krukenberg's putt's on the way. Just misses. She'll have a little work to do for par here yet. Meanwhile, Zoe Thompson. I believe this is a bogey putt for Thompson. Thompson disappointed with that. She'll have to regroup as she heads to the number 6 tee box. Reagan Ham. She's going to double bogey as well. Going to finish out here, get out of Krukenberg's way. Krukenberg, a 3-footer for par here on 5. Krukenberg's putt goes. Good job. Just the second par, or at least off the top of my head, the second par I can remember. Urbach from St. Ansgar and Krukenberg of Newman Catholic with the only 2 pars on this hole today. So that's Group 1A. We'll head to hole number 6. 6, 7, 8, 9. That'd be 4 holes remain for that group. That's pretty good math. That's Mitchell County math.
I missed what you said there.
4 holes left for that group. That is the number 1 group, 1A group. 1B, nowhere in sight. So they got held up somewhere. They should be coming up 4. I see a big crowd way back on 4 that appear to be searching for a ball. So perhaps that's where they are.
Yeah, we've got, hopefully our carts aren't on the way here. Got a camera on that hitting the trees here.
Should we move this guy just in case?
Well, that one trimmed a branch and dropped. In an unfortunate location between these 3 trees here. Unfortunately, she's going to have to hit it out of there.
That was Gallardo of Lake Mills there. Tess Weiner, Newman Catholic, and Hannah Nichols, North Butler in this group as well. They're on hole 9 right now. Here's your look to the Duke scoop cam. He is on the tee box on 1. Caitlin Berg about to tee off here on hole number 1. Nice shot from Caitlin. Ball's going to be safe. Yes. Caitlin Berg. Let's try to look where they started. They would have started on
Some coaching going on here next to us.
hole number 7, and they're now playing 1. So the group that just passed us has 4 holes left. That group has 6 holes left.
Tells me there's a little congestion.
A little congestion. Lovren of Clarksville. That ball's going to stay out of the water. That's the Cedar River back there. You see there in the background with the white caps on it because of the ferocious wind here today.
A white cap Cedar River, huh?
Back to the Gallardo group here on hole number 9. Little punch and run from Gallardo. Going to get it above the hole, but middle of the green.
And it's kicking back around.
Come on, stay up there.
I think it'll stay up.
It was going to try to roll off for a second. I was going to be unhappy for her. That's just no fair. This game's hard enough without that happening. Hannah Nichols here, North Butler.
The shot you see coming in is from the sand. It's over the crown of the green. You know, another thing I noticed a little differently today than we saw on Friday. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Just in case
back to you.
You want to be here, take a look at this camera shot here.
Okay.
You wouldn't believe this, but they have brought in some clowns to entertain the group today. Look at that. We got 3 clowns over there. I can't believe it. This place is amazing. You gotta go. You
They go
gotta
to all
go.
lengths
Acorn
for
Park.
entertainment.
Clowns.
Good thing he's retired and we can call the boss that, right? When
that's a fact.
Back here to hole 9. Tess Weiner.
The good news there is if this superintendent fires me, there's a new one coming in.
There's a new one be here in a month or 2. That's right. Tess Weiner. Front fringe. Again, that putt is longer than it looks from this perspective. She'll have a little work to do here.
Incoming
as
shot.
the wind blows her bag over as she heads back to it to add insult to injury. Gallardo from way above the hole. Going to lose that thing back towards the river again. There, it actually rolled off the green. That was not Gallardo. That was the North Butler golfer, Hannah Nichols. This is Gallardo now. 30-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gust to 42 is your weather check. Challenging conditions here today. Gallardo. Good effort. Really good effort from there. Top 2 teams advance to the state qualifying meet next week, unless one of those teams is St. Ansgar. If the home team advances as 1 or 2, then the third team also gets to go. That's how the girls do it, different than the boys. And the top 6 individuals, regardless of team, advance. We'll bring you that award ceremony here at the end.
Okay, so that's and I guess I was noting the team difference, which in the case of the boys wouldn't have mattered because our boys made it plus 2 teams, right? from
Right.
an
The
individual
boys take 3
perspective.
teams no matter what.
Right, and the girl, well, yeah. So, because the Saints were one of those teams, that would. Anyway, yes. So I get that difference, but the individual difference.
Yep.
Top 6 girls, regardless.
If those 6 girls are on the 3 teams that qualify, no one else makes it.
Okay.
Versus the boys allow 2 more beyond those teams. It kind of doesn't count. You know what I mean? The top 6 doesn't count if all 6 already advanced. Then
Yeah.
we'll go to golfers 7 and 8. The girls do not do that.
Makes
Now,
it a little harder for the girls, doesn't it?
it does. The girls do take all ties, so all 6th place ties also go.
Okay.
I don't know how common that is. We'll find out here in about an hour.
You think an hour?
I think an hour. That's a guess. Somewhere in that 2:30 range.
My camera says I have 90 minutes, so I'm gonna hold you to it.
We're watching hole number 9 here. This is Tess Weiner, Judy Gallardo, and Hannah Nichols.
Oof.
I'm going to go check out and see if we can figure out where Duke is here. He is on 4, so he's over on 4. We'll go there next because that group's going to come to us. So we will watch.
Is that Macy's group?
That is Macy Meyer's group. Over there on 4. This is the Northwood Kensett golfer there. Back to 9. Nichols from North Butler finishes up there on 9. Let's go check out that green on 4 where Macy Meyer has a putt coming up. You can see Mama Meyer there in the background. Big brother Tate. This is DeBoer from Rockford, Danica DeBoer. Tree in the way. But that's her putt. That's the Rockford putt. Really nice job. Going to tap in for Danica DeBoer. Macy Meyer now with the flat stick. Waiting for that ball to disappear. It does not. Looks like it went just right. She'll tap it in here. Northwood Kensett golfer Kennedy Berry there as well. And this is Hannah Wangsness, Clarksville. The Duke Cam is back to hole number 1. Teeing off here on hole 1 would be that group we just saw finish here on 9. Clarksville's Wangsness makes her putt back to hole number 1. It is not the group we just saw finish, so there must be a little backup here on 1 as well. Little punch shot. Well, it sure is. I don't know what I was thinking. That's the Gallardo group. This is Nichols. North Butler. That group just finished on 4. The Macy Meyer group will head to the tee box on 5. We'll bring you that action. We'll let them walk up there. Live look at hole number 1 off the tee box. Saints TV cart almost in play here on hole 9.
we're going to get to see some action right up close. Reindl feels like the Northwood athletes are aiming for him now. There's your live look at the number 1 tee box for the Duke Scoop Cam. We're going to get you brought back over here to hole number 5 here in just a minute. As those Group 1B heads to the number 5 tee box. Right. It would have. Yeah, she was aiming for it because she was using it as a backstop, so you kick the ball back into the fairway for her. Can't blame her. We may need to move. Are we going to be in your way here? You want us to move?
We're in your way. Are you good? Are they in your way? Okay. Perfect shot.
There's your Saints TV golf cart cam. Hanson, Northwood Kensett, I think. Am I right? I'm guessing. From memory, yes. Hanson, Northwood Kensett right in front of us. Let's go to 5. Tee box on 5. Macy Meyer ready to tee off here. Group 1B. Low punch shot, smart shot from Macy Meyer. Lays it up just short of the green, keeps it low. Don't let the wind blow it into those trees. Get up and down from there.
On that, Joe, it looked like she clubbed up. Went nice and easy on it. Keep that thing out of the air.
Danica DeBoer, Rockford, here on 5. Let's see if she has the same strategy here. Well struck, but left. Ah, it somehow stays there. She must have started it more right than it looked like to me off the club face. She ends up right next to Macy Meyer playing cart golf.
I think it nipped a tree branch.
Maybe that's what kicked it. Okay.
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Kennedy Berry, Northwood Kensett. Low shot. Going to end up hole high, but right. She'll have a good shot from there as well. Another one of those examples here on this hole. You don't like it off the tee box, you get up there and see it, and, well, that's not so bad. That's a makeable from there. Your last golfer then in Group 1B off of number 5 here is Hannah Wangsness, Clarksville. Hannah's shot ends up just short of the trees here. She'll have an open look at the green for her second shot. Not what she wanted to do there, but again, it worked. All right. So here on 9, we have Losi, Clark, and Hanson. Hanson, Northwood Kensett with the putter in her hand. Makes it. Looks like they're going to rapid fire here on hole 5 for us, too. They're all lined up, ready to go already. Looks like Northwood Kensett there on the other side, up on top of the hill, is going to go first. I didn't see where that one ended up. I assume short.
No, I don't think he got to this side of the hill.
Okay.
And I missed the second shot. Like I said, they're going so quick. I don't have a mic on me. Sorry, Joe.
Coach Brian Meyer is going to come join us here quick, give us a little insight on how things have gone since we talked to him a couple hours ago. Rockford's De Boer here, chipping from just short of the green. Chip in for birdie here. How about that, Macy Meyer? Let's try it. I got it ordered. Let's see what Coach/Dad Brian Meyer has to say about it. What do you see here,
I
Coach?
would like a chip in birdie. It's going to be a lot of uphill here, moving from right to left. Just need to get it up on that. Kind of that plateau.
Yep. She must have asked De Boer to mark her ball.
Yep.
Smart move there. Make sure we don't have any.
So it's going better here. I mean, the girls are starting to figure out the wind a little bit, figuring out the greens a little bit.
Meyer.
Ooh, just got by it. So she got her up the hill, left her about probably about a 12-footer. It's going to be a left to right, slippery one there.
For sure. Scores have improved throughout the day.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. I think with Macy's group, there was a 45 by De Boer, 48 by Macy, 55, I believe, by the girl from Clarksville, and then a 61 or 62 with Northwood there.
Northwood, Barry Wangsness for Clarksville. And they'll be under those numbers, you think, your second nine, or at least to this point?
I know Macy is much under. She was one over through 3 holes and then doubled the last one, so she's 3 over through 4. De Boer might be, she's probably a few strokes over Macy right now, meaning she had a rough first hole.
Gotcha.
But otherwise, has played pretty well.
Day like today, limiting the damage on the bad holes is key,
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Getting under trees, getting out of trouble as quick as possible. It's not like a 3-man best shot where you're like, I think I got a gap there.
Right.
I think I can try to get it there. No, just
No, there's
get
no
it
thing
straight
today.
Right, get it back in the fairway and attack the green.
Macy Meyer.
So this will be your par putt here. Slippery one, like I said, should be breaking left to right. Pretty good pace. Ooh, she's gonna leave herself a same distance coming back out.
Tough one coming back.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Seen that repeatedly today here, where the second putt for a lot of these ladies is longer than the first putt was.
Yeah.
It's just been a really hard hole to read today. Something about the wind blowing in your face, too, just messes you up putting.
Right. And the wind push it. I mean, it's going to push the ball a little bit, too.
Wangsness makes the short putt.
Cloud cover, maybe it'll calm down the winds a little bit, maybe, but
De Boer from Rockford. Did you hear any scores at the turn from that first group?
I did not from that first group. I'm guessing maybe mid-40s, I would guess, or maybe low 40s. I don't think there's probably any outrageous scores, I don't think.
I know as girls were coming by the clubhouse, coaches were kind of asking. I saw a lot of thumbs down.
Yeah.
Girls were not
not
too
happy.
happy with that first 9, and understandably with this win today that it's going to be hard to post a really good score.
Yes.
What a nice long bogey putt here for Macy Meyer. Let's drop this one.
Just missed it on maybe the bottom side.
It looked like the bottom, yep.
You know, golf's a tough game mentally anyways, but days like today, you really find out who can just flush those bad holes and keep moving on.
Yeah. And if you're playing 18 holes, you know, they're used to playing 9 holes. It's like, you got a lot of holes left here to right the ship. So
who can stay in it mentally the longest? Nice putt by Barry.
So you can sink this one and just move on.
Yep. She does just that.
Yeah, so we'll hit, we got 6, 7, 8, 9 left to play with this group, and then we'll be done. So
We'll see you in the clubhouse for the awards. Thanks for joining us.
have some Saints on the awards.
Let's do that. Thanks, Coach.
Yep.
Don't worry, he'll zoom in on you on the way out.
Good luck, man.
We'll stay here on hole number 5. There he goes. Coach Meyer. We have a group here on the tee box on 5. Would you...
That I can see, unless they're hiding.
This is a Newman golfer teeing off. Lake Mills here. Hole high, but right. Not a bad shot at all.
That last one's closer to the pin than many we've seen today.
I wonder if this isn't the group of Abby Beatty, Savannah Hummel, and Maisie from Newman. She'll take that bounce right off the base of the tree. And
I wish we could have
into
seen
the
that. I
fairway.
don't think we caught that bounce on the camera, but that was a very good bounce for her. That shot was heading to her left in this group of trees. Bounced off nicely and places the ball short of the green. I can't see it, but probably on the fairway. What do you say, Joe?
Yep, agree.
This is the number 6 tee box. The group that we saw just finishing here.
Should we see what the Duke Scoop Cam looks like? He's still on number 1.
He likes it over there.
He does like it over there. Gets it, and that's a nice shot from over there. Maybe while these girls come up here, we'll watch that one play out.
In his shorts and short sleeves, I bet he's enjoying the sun in that spot.
I bet he is too. This is the Gallardo group here on number 1. So they have 3 holes remaining, this group does. They're on the number 1 tee box. That is a beautiful shot.
Snuck right through that gap there on the left.
Hannah Nichols, North
great
Butler.
View.
Yeah, we'll open right up for there on the number 1 tee box. Back here to 5. Newman Catholic.
Who's in pink, Joe, in this group?
North Butler. That would be the North Butler.
North Butler
golfer. We're not sure if this is either Jasperson, Ramker, and Frank, or Beatty, Maisie, and Hummel. That's Beatty? Yep. All right, let's go with it. This is Group 8A. Sometimes I can tell by the group behind them on 4, but there's no one on 4, so there must be a little delay back there. So this is Beatty from Lake Mills. Good effort from there. Good mark.
I feel like these groups are golfing a lot faster.
Past.
Are these groups golfing faster right now? It just seems like we're getting more into like a ruddy golf kind of a rhythm around here.
They found their groove. They got through 9, and they kind of figured the course out. Now they're attacking. They're getting ready to go.
That's a nice putt right there.
Really nice putt. We know how difficult this green can be.
North Butler here. Loses it down the hill.
It's discouraging.
A shot from Beatty there for Lake Mills. North Butler golfer. We haven't seen many putts over 4 foot made here today on this green. Challenging in many ways.
Yeah, her second shot, getting it to the green, was a really nice shot from where she was.
All right, let's go back here to the number 1 tee box and see what Travis is looking at. So that group just left the tee box there. There is another group there on 1 waiting to tee off. Like I said, there's 4 appears to be empty, 9 appears to be empty. I guess our next action we might get might be from the tee box at 6 here behind us. I'm going to take this moment to get some lunch.
Where did you see the actions coming from? 6?
I think behind you here. I'm going to eat some beef jerky.
It's a good idea. You got a favorite beef jerky, Joe?
There's only one kind.
There is only one. I shouldn't ask you when you've got your mouthful of beef jerky. Old fashioned. This looks like the, well, we can't both be eating at the same time because someone's got to be talking. But Old Trapper beef jerky endorsed by Not Your Average Joe. I will have a piece of that when you're done because it
Good commercials, right? I will take 1 piece.
yeah, Saints TV soon to be sponsor.
Right.
Your first ad's free, and this is it right now.
This is it. Old Trapper,
But
old-fashioned beef jerky.
Now Old Trapper.
The world's most expensive beef jerky, but also the world's finest.
There's a reason for it, right?
I don't know how they can charge $20 for this little tiny bag, but they do. But this is my lunch 5 days a week. Is a handful of beef jerky. Highly recommend it.
I might be afraid to try that one.
Probably not very good for you, but I can eat it on the go, and it's delicious.
It's on the Duke cam right now. Looks like. It's kind of. We got another one. Thank you all of you out there who are, I'll say, patiently watching what we're doing here. Learning as we go a little bit. We expect to do another golf meet on Monday.
There's no way Highland will say no, but
what I probably just expect to be at Mason City Highland to capture the state qualifying event for the boys on Monday. What's the next meet here for these ladies?
Well, it would be probably Wednesday.
Jordan Rydell says Wednesday.
Oh, look at that.
Behind the Saints TV here. Jordan Rydell's going to look that one up. See where the state qualifying event is for these ladies. Today's reminder is the qualifier for the state qualifying event. We're looking at the Duke cam here. This is hole number 4. Take a peek at the tee box for number 6. Outside of those two things going on right now, it's a little bit quiet out here. Duke Scoop working his magic.
That'll be a Highland again on the 21st.
It will be Highland, okay.
Tabbert.
See some activity over here on the right side in the weeds. I don't know if that's a drive they want to ride, but for some reason we're looking for, I would guess they're looking for a ball, not for frogs, but
morel mushrooms, maybe?
Maybe brown mushrooms. It's a little close to tee box, so whoever.
Don't give away the course's secrets.
Hit that one.
There are some out here.
Yes, there is.
And it looks like the ladies have decided to call it a day on tee box 6 and get the heck out of there. I still see them looking over their left like what could possibly have happened to that thing. So I don't know if that's a drop that we're looking at here right now. Again, this is hole number 6.
Onto the green on hole 4. Tabbert.
We don't even have anybody approaching us on 9.
No,
Just kidding about
there's
that.
quite a backlog somewhere. Tabbert. And now Shannon for Newman Catholic.
Some drinking, Joe.
Do it. Did you guys see that shot? Really nice putt, little firm, hit the back of the cup and kicked right back out. Ouch. That's no fair at all. And Miss Shannon does not look happy. I wouldn't be there. I don't blame her. Hard game. So that is our group headed to 5. Nobody coming up 9. So we will wait for them. We'll follow them across. Let's see where Duke Scoop takes his camera here. He'll take us somewhere here in a minute. That is your group headed to 5. On the Eric cam. Shannon, Tabbert, and Jacobs. Looks like no action down 1 either. So we'll just stay right here. Follow them up to hole 5. If I switch over to the Duke cam, I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid. You can see how cold it is. I have to have my hood up and the whole deal. All right, enough of us. Let's go back over here.
You can play that game, mister.
Two can play that game. You know, the camera guy doing it right has his hat on backwards, right? You have to have your hat on backwards. Look, both of them do. Uh-oh. He just caught us looking at him. That's none other than Duke Scoop, the famous Travis Charleston. Back to the golf.
I got to defend the backward hat thing. I'm not usually a backward hat wearing kind of a guy. However, I've realized that when the sun is reflecting in the screen of this camera, you got to use the eyepiece, and you can't use the eyepiece with the bill of your hat thumping the camera.
No,
it's the trick
There's
of
a
the
reason
trade.
for it. I'm not.
It's
I don't
not
walk
a
around
fashion
looking like a
statement.
punk.
Yeah.
On purpose. I have a purpose.
There's a purpose. There's a
Yeah.
reason.
Love it.
I feel like all the groups are kind of bound up on 2 or 3 holes here. Everybody's kind of bunched together.
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes absolutely silent for a little bit. And then suddenly the place is just kind of buzzing, like who's where and what's even going on.
And, you know, I stepped away for a little bit. Maybe you guys already talked about this, but I've noticed a big difference between the boys on Wednesday and the girls today is the girls are a little more friendly within their groups, talking to each other.
Yep.
You know, the boys, it was radio silence for the most part.
Absolutely.
Walking up the fairway, and the girls are having a good time. They're smiling. They're talking to each other, and that's fun to see.
Teeing off here on 5.
Bree Tabbert.
Bree Tabbert. That's a good thing when she tees off first, right? What's it mean, Joe?
Well, generally it means you shot the best score on the previous hole, right?
I'm going with that generalization because they do play by the rules here, right?
So is that an official rule, or is that a courtesy? You know, like like a baseball has 47,000 unwritten rules. Is that an unwritten rule or written rule in golf? Anybody know?
That
Eve
is
Shannon
a good
here.
question. I would assume that's probably a rule somewhere.
Somewhere?
Deep dive into the handbook, but
Yeah, we'll have to ask them. Somebody who, you know, if that's a rule that actually applies in high school golf, that is how it's done, or if it's just a general, again, common courtesy of that's how you play.
I have a
Jacob's
kid
here
who plays
from
high
Rockford.
school golf, and he's sure to point out who gets to tee off first after a hole. I didn't teach him that, so I think he learned it here.
Dana Jacobs from Rockford with her first shot.
I think that's where golf and baseball are pretty similar in that aspect, is there's a lot of unwritten common courtesy type
This
rules.
is just how you do it.
Yeah.
Is golf like baseball? If you don't follow one of those rules, you're going to get one in the back, or is that does that
Might
apply?
not yell 4 as loud next time.
I hear you. Because that's my favorite part of professional baseball is always like when the announcers call it too, like,
Retaliation.
well, let's see what happens in this at bat, and sure enough,
You know what's coming already.
You're mentioning Colin Ford. The first time we'd broadcast a golf meet was here earlier this year, and I think it was one of the earlier meets. And I have never been on a golf course and heard 4 screamed so many times as that day. It was double digit that I heard 4 get yelled. And maybe it was early in the season and the game wasn't as good. I don't know why.
It was
but
cold out that day, was it not?
And good coaching, I guess. I mean, teaching your kids
Yeah.
that's what you need to do to keep
Right.
everybody safe. I've been out here on a men's night and you don't hear 4 and a ball comes zipping by.
Yep.
Hudson the other day did yell 4, but the ball was already past our heads.
Right.
Which time?
Yeah, great
Yeah.
He was
question.
after
Which
us.
time are we talking about?
He was definitely aiming for us.
We missed one good shot, and he hits it at us 4 times.
Right, yeah. He was mad at us because we missed him hole out for eagle on 4. So he was punishing us by spraying balls our direction the rest of the day.
We knew he would be, and sure enough, he did. Why didn't you guys get that on video? And the answer, of course, is why didn't you do that on hole 5? We would have.
Running it up. Jacobs Rockford runs it up there just short of the onto the green.
That's going. Come on, brakes.
If you need evidence of how quick this course is playing today, there it is.
Has a lot of leaves, branches, etc. out there. It would have been nice to have one stop that one. That's a pretty decent shot.
Bree Tabbert for the Saints and Eve Shannon for Newman Catholic. Both hitting their second shots here. Greg Urbach, thanks for the feedback out there.
Greg chiming in? I want to know how it sounded with all this wind.
Yeah, Greg, if you're still out there, he commented 8 minutes ago, or anybody else out there, let us know how the sound is. We're doing our best here with the wind and stuff. Hopefully it's not too bad. Make sure volumes are okay, and we're not getting too much wind noise. Let us know, please. We can make adjustments if we need to. This is Tabbert.
Really nice approach by Tabbert. That's a tricky spot coming up over that lip with a downhill slope right after it. She played it perfectly.
Great effort, for sure. Newman Catholic, Shannon. Gets it past the hole, which has been punishing today. Does stay up on that ridge. She has a long putt back for par. I believe Urbach and Shannon, or excuse me, Tabbert and Shannon both hitting par putts here. If you ask it with a question mark, or say it with a question mark, leaves me a room for an out later if I'm wrong.
Did you ask if they were for par?
Yes.
I believe Tabbert's is. And the other one was?
Shannon from Newman Catholic. I think hers is. It might be as well. Let's just go with maybe.
Sorry I'm not more helpful, Joe.
Eve Shannon, Newman Catholic. Long par putt. Oof. Good roll from there. We believe that's bogey for Shannon here if this one goes. I guess I shouldn't count my chickens because it's been difficult today. Steve Pope, thanks for chiming in. Says sound is fine.
Thank you, Steve.
Greg Urbach, same thing. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Tabbert. Just misses
angle.
the
You just
par
want to see
putt.
that ball just disappear.
I know.
Because you can't see the hole from here.
She's going to go ahead and finish out here. Our memories aren't perfect, but we believe there has been just one par here today on this hole. All right,
I think it goes through the minds of a golfer when they hit a ball right by one of our cameras, knowing that their next shot is going to be like a real close-up shot of a chip. Just someplace. I don't think I would do well under those circumstances.
Let's go to hole 9, Mr. Genius, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
We know Greg's out there. Let's watch Sophie Urbach here finish out on hole number 9. Urbach, Levine Thompson, and Audrey Jasperson are your 4 golfers here. It looks like it'll be Urbach to putt first. Urbach strong on that one. She's going to pull the pin for Audrey Jasperson. Jasperson's going to mark as well. Amelia Thompson here for North Butler in the pink shirt. How much do the tired legs start to impact you right now, right? If you're on hole 15, 16 of your 18-hole day, Coach Meyer talked about that. You're used to playing 9, kind of been your usual round, and between the wind causing a little extra fatigue and the long day, putting's the first thing to go.
This point in the day, I mean, physically and mentally, it's been a grind for these ladies out here. The wind's taking a toll on you. Maybe your game hasn't gone quite the way you wanted it to, and you're not used to staying locked in for 9 extra holes, 2 extra hours of competing.
Urbach's putt just skates by the hole on the right side, I think. She'll tap in.
And if things are going well, I'm sure that extra 9 holes seems like it flies by, but if your game's not on that day, it can feel like an eternity for 9 extra holes.
For sure. Let's flip over here to 4. Lila Knowlton makes the putt. Back to 9. Audrey Jasperson. She makes the putt. Amelia Thompson from North Butler. Got it. So the group here from 9 will head over to 1. There's Duke Scoop's perspective of the number 4 green. He's hitting the rake. Look at this guy. Saints TV doing a little grounds work while we're here.
That's Duke on the rake.
That's Duke on the rake.
Leave it better than you found it,
That's
right?
right. That's right. So that group headed to 5 is the Lila Knowlton group. Lila Knowlton, St. Ansgar, Casey Trask of Rockford, and Elena Schumann of Riceville. Coming up 9. Could that be Group 1A? They're the ones that have had the gallery all day. That's the only reason I ask.
I think it is. I think that's a Thompson from North Butler. If
Yep.
I'm looking at it right, so that'd be your 1As.
So this is their final hole.
And that looks like a nice shot coming in.
Really nice shot. She's going to end up right in the middle of the green, inside of 20 feet for what is probably a birdie putt. Maybe better than that even.
Could be better than that.
Could be a
Could
eagle
be
putt.
An eagle putt, yeah. I mean, because she was a ways out there when she hit that.
You know, we think this is the one group, and this would be their final hole of the day.
She was probably 165 yards out.
Beautiful shot. You said that was Thompson there?
Yes, that was Thompson from North Butler. That looks like Ham leading the way from Lake Mills out in front.
Yep, this is Ham here out front. Sammy Krukenberg and Zoe Thompson.
So this would be their last hole then.
Yeah,
we're winding down. 1 or 2 holes left for groups. 3 at the max, depending on how slow a group was playing.
So Thompson's already on the green. Ham's looking to join her. Beautiful shot from Reagan Ham from Lake Mills. Hole high, just to the right. Again, probably a inside 20-foot putt.
And, you know, the girls in this group are all keeping each other's score, so they know within their group how they're sitting. But with no live scoring, they really don't know where they sit as far as trying to get in that top 6. So this last hole, they might need to try something to gain a stroke.
Yep, and like you said, you're sort of doing that kind of blind, right? So the little strategy that goes into here, am I playing this thing safe? Am I not?
And if you're going just on history of their scores, this group's probably safe.
Right.
Those next couple groups might have to try to go out and get one.
You got it. Krukenberg rolls it up there, and we'll have 3 long putts here, but we believe all of them are for birdie or better. Let's stay with this group. You good with that? Yes, sounds good. He can't hear us. He's out in the wind, so the cameraman is going to stay with us. We're going to stay with this group here on 9, just to watch them finish up here, if that's okay.
61. Thank you. Here. 62.
Zoe Thompson, putter in hand for North Butler here. Their last green of the day. It's a beautiful putt.
Nice touch.
We've seen that putt end up 5 or 6 feet past the hole regularly today, or more. Ham from the fringe.
Good putt, just comes out a little slower from the fringe. Didn't quite give it enough.
She started on the right line. It definitely had a shot.
And you
Good
talk about
camera
these
work.
golfers are getting it closer, on those first putts, and that's probably why they're in the 1A group.
You
Is
got
they
it.
make up those strokes where they're 1 to 2 putting, where some of the others are 3 putting on some holes.
Sammy Krukenberg, the favorite coming into today in this group, somewhere between Krukenberg, Thompson, and Ham. Let's see if that plays out. We will know shortly. We'll bring you those words right here. Sammy Krukenberg. Got it.
Ooh, that's a heck of a putt.
Bang, that's a Tiger Woods style chase that thing into the hole putt right there.
She had a lot of confidence on that putt.
We'll have to look at that card afterwards to remind me to see if that was a birdie putt right there. Of course, we can't see what happens on the tee box down there, so it's hard to know. Thompson just misses.
Just a little bit to the left.
She's going to finish up. Ham. From Lake Mills.
what she hopes is her last putt of the day. Got it. Nice roll there. That putt is far more challenging than she just made it look.
Yep.
Nice job, ladies. Fun to watch that group today. They played really well in the holes that we got to see them. Let's go back here to 5. While he's moving that camera, I'm going to switch you over here. We've got Caitlin Berg on the green at 4. We'll get repositioned with the other camera so we don't make you seasick. Let's watch Berg here putting on 4. This is Sydney Lovren, Clarksville, putting on 4. We may have a lost ball here on 5.
She must have found it.
She found it. We
Punched
just
it
saw
out.
it. Yep, we
played
just
it
saw
off
it
the
roll
cart
this
path,
way. So we'll
and
come
it's rolling up to the fringe. That's a heck of a shot.
That is a heck of a shot.
Lila Knowlton here on 5. Finds her ball in the trees, punches it out of there, rolls it right up onto the green. This is Schumann from Riceville. Leaves that ball just short. As does Trask from Rockford.
It's probably a good thing we're coming down to the last couple holes here. Last hole for some, that temperature's really dropped.
It's really dropping.
You can start to feel that the rain's probably coming in pretty quick.
Yep, it is coming fast. And these girls have 2 holes plus this one yet.
Yeah.
They started on 8, so they got to go play 6 and 7, the 2 hardest holes on the course to finish up here. Lila Knowlton. Off the toe maybe a little bit there. Duke Scoop has to have hypothermia in his t-shirt and shorts over there to our right. Knowlton, does she have putter here?
She grabbed 2 clubs, so I don't think so.
All right, with the wedge.
Puts it up hole high. 25-footer coming back.
Casey Trask from Rockford. That's how slippery that putt has been all day long. As soon as I was like, oh, this is going to...
You know right off the club.
It's just, you have
That's
to
the
hit it
benefit we have.
so much slower than you think you need to.
Sitting here all day watching every single putt, we have that luxury.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, incredibly difficult from
And
that.
throughout the day, you just see more and more tree branches and leaves on this green. It was spotless when we got here. Candy and the crew had it looking super nice. And now you
Mother
look
Nature.
on it and there's branches, there's leaves, twigs.
I can't believe the balls haven't started moving just from the wind up there on the green. 'Cause
Right.
You can look at the leaves and stuff tumble across the green.
You get it on the green, you want to run up there and mark it as fast as you can.
Right, before that thing starts moving. So we believe our first golfers are in the clubhouse. A couple of groups have 2+ holes left yet. Things got a little bit backed up. This is Knowlton, Trask, and Schumann.
Boy, Joe, do I have news for you.
Oh, what's that?
I just talked to the Clarksville coach again. He said he got a text from his son or grandson. You know how you've been saying that's the Clarksville
Yes.
girl or grandfather started the town? Well,
Yes.
guess what? It's true.
Is it true?
That's what he said.
I love it. I love it.
That's a great report.
That is great reporting. Oh, well, that makes my day.
Yeah.
Here we have a whole fleet of these things.
I couldn't find it.
We keep them in the cooler.
Oh.
Where else would you keep your microphone?
Right.
Lila Knowlton finishes out.
So that's why they're not hot mics.
Yes. Yes.
We like cold mics around
We
here.
like cold mics around here. Did you hear the news, Mr. Genius?
No, I heard a lot of commotion.
Well, the commotion is about. We have confirmation from. Apparently, the texts have been rolling in to the Clarksville coaching staff. Ms. Clark,
Yep.
who we credited with being the great granddaughter of the founder of Clarksville, is in fact a descendant of the founder of Clarksville. I love it. That makes my day.
Average Joe pretends like he didn't do his research on that. He was coming in and he knew that fact.
swear I
Like usual,
You know, that's
he
probably
has a
true.
binder full of facts.
Or is it that it wasn't true, but they always suspected it was true? Because one thing here on Saints TV is like it's okay to be wrong, but you have to be very, very confident.
Be
about
confident
it.
in your
And that's-
falsehoods. Yeah.
That thing is running. That one's got wheels, but it's
That
not
was
as bad.
Caitlin Bird.
Shot.
Hole high, just
Yeah.
off to the right side. That's a heck of a
Take
shot.
it. Absolutely. Especially in today's conditions. Keep that thing low, punch it out there. Well, I hope we get to see her again. I can't remember if she's been through here a second time or not, but if she hasn't, we're going to make sure we in fact, we're going to interview her afterwards, so make sure we get that done too. Caitlin Berg here from St. Ansgar with her first shot. Now we have Maisie Lovren, Sydney Lovren. I don't want to keep calling her Maisie. I apologize. This is Clarksville's own. As far as we know, not a direct descendant of the founders of the town. That ball's coming right for us. Going to find a tree, see if she can get a bounce. I think it just killed it and dropped straight down.
Straight down, little to the left of that tree. It looks like she might have a shot to the fringe, but I
Yeah.
don't think she can go directly at the pin from there.
So group of two here, Berg and Lovren, St. Ansgar and Clarksville.
I think we got teams wrapping up.
I know Group 1A is done. Is that the only group in so far? Trying to look up towards the
I believe
clubhouse.
so, right? That was the last group on 9. And 1B must have gotten waylaid.
I was going to say that'd be a Macy Myers group. So when we see her come on 9 there, she will be finishing up, but I don't even see them on the tee box yet, so they must be a hole back still.
Yep, there's the Urbach group headed in, so they are done. They would have finished on 1.
And I swear I've heard some big booms over in the woods there that trees are coming down.
Yeah, well, there's seems like about a third of the trees in North Iowa died this winter, so there's a bunch of ash trees falling. Here we go, Lovren, Clarksville coming at us. You were right on. She had no choice but to just try to keep it left and get it up on that fringe. She does just that. In that first cut there, she'll have an opportunity to save it from there. Caitlin Berg on the other side. She's right of the green here.